Hey. Welcome everyone. Welcome. Great to be back. Abhishek, how you doing, my friend? I saw that that portrait in the Discord. Absolutely fantastic. I'm flattered. Looks really good. PC Studios, how you doing? Welcome. We'll just wait for a few people to sort of roll in, and yeah, then we'll get cracking. So there's no super lost and found. Hello, Mamat, how you doing? Welcome. There's no super focus for today. I just wanted to sort of start off the week. So it's Monday here in Australia. I just wanted to start off the week and have some fun. Not like I haven't been having fun before, but just having some fun exploring, trying some stuff out, taking a beat to see if we can learn some things. See if I can learn some stuff around sort of rendering. I've got my Pinterest board linked in the description as well for these first sculpture sort of studies I'm thinking about. So if you want to follow along, would love to have you follow along and then sort of share that on IG or Twitter or wherever, and make sure you tag me. Jose, how you doing, my man? Sam, how you doing? Great to have you. We've got to sort out a time to have a chat, because I reckon it would be really interesting to have you sort of throw some questions at me while I'm doing this. I think that'd be really fun. Also, I hope your wife's doing well after what you mentioned in your message. I forgot to mention that. Wilde, first time here. I'll be drawing along. Fantastic. So I've got my Pinterest board in the description if you do want to draw along. My wife and I have an over-under bet going about how many hours this stream will be. Currently at 8. Whew. I don't know who's got the over and under. Who do I? Whose good side am I going to aim to be on? Abhishek, I'm glad you like that portrait, and you're looking very innocent today. Also, you look good at this camera angle. Yeah, look, I gave myself a bit of a shave. So I cleaned up a little bit, and I appreciate it, Abhishek. I'm looking innocent, am I? It's an illusion. Sadish, welcome. Pablo Ramos. Hey everybody, Ben, I love your style, dude. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, and thanks for popping in. So I'm actually having mouse issues at the moment. So I've got a couple of scenes as well. So because this is more of a free-flowing sort of stream, there's it's going to be a study stream. It's basically going to be like, okay, cool. This is how I'd actually just say, okay, I want to sit down and draw and paint. It's not super focused, but what I've got is I've got scenes. I'm learning this. Some breaking things down. So this is going to be one just to chat, hang out, draw along if you want, and we'll have some great fun. I'm hoping. Well, I am anyway. I'll just wait another couple of minutes, and then we'll get cracking. I've also got a mouse issues as well, so the mouse is just charging at the moment. So then I can use this guy. As always, right as you're about to start something, everything fucks up. So, Toki, welcome back. Great to see you. Clarence, welcome back, my friend. Glad to see you've been active in the Discord. Those portraits of, I believe it was Ergo Josh, Ahmen Aldoori, who else? There was a couple of others. They look fantastic. Really, really well done, man. Eloise, welcome back. What did you miss? Nothing. We're just getting started. We're just getting, we're in warm-up time now, and we may stay in warm-up time. I'm not making any promises, but what I will promise is that we're going to have some fun. I mean, I can only promise I'm going to have some fun. I hope you all are going to have some fun as well. So also you've got that, what you call it, Wednesday character out there. Got it posted. It's oftentimes I'll aim to make all the tweaks and adjustments. I just didn't have the energy. So there's stuff that I would love to have tweaked with that, but I just thought, nah, we'll just get cracking with it. Pen, eraser. Toki, what am I drinking? I'm drinking some just powdered coffee. I'm not a snob with this sort of stuff. It's a tool. It gets me going with some monk fruit sweetener. How fancy is that? All right, hopefully my mouse is that. Okay, cool. So now I can adjust the pen settings to my primary monitor. Thank you very much. And away we should be able to go. All right. So I just got back from the gym, so excuse my my tank top. I just couldn't be bothered. I was just like, throw some food down me and hop on stream. Clarence, thank you, Ben. Glad we're. Oh. Him. Thank you, Ben. Glad you were able to recognize them. They were likeness studies. Fantastic. Yeah, no, you did really, really well. All right, so the goal. So this is also a guy I've been working on for a reel. So this sort of business in the front, party in the back. This is a completely made up guy. And the reel that I was going to use it for was actually reflected light, because when light reflects skin on skin, like the same material, oftentimes it actually increases the saturation. So here it hasn't got the right reflected light. So I was in the process of just making these reels a little bit more interesting with different characters and that sort of stuff. So that's why this guy's here. So maybe I will add in new window. How's the quality, excuse me, the quality looking as well? Because I've changed some bitrate settings, which hopefully allows it to be higher quality, because I want to actually download these later and use them if I say anything of use. Alrighty. All right, so we got old mate, whatever his name is, I don't know. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. Palpatine, I don't know, maybe. All right, I'm going to get back to the chat in a sec, or else I'm just going to be chatting all day long, which I'm happy to do. But I just want to get cracking, get started, and then I'll be good to go. All right, so with this one, what I'm thinking about, I really love this shine here. So this is a specular highlight. So this is probably going to be one of the last things that I focus on. But one of the first things I'm going to be focusing on is the shape, all right? So maybe from a study perspective, so again, I've got my Pinterest board in the description. If you do want to follow along, this guy's in there as well as some others that we might play around with. So a good study, I don't know, technique, it's nothing, I'm not making any of this stuff up, it's just kind of logical really, is first we'll do the study, then maybe I'll create some new shapes and then try and add the same material onto that shape, and then maybe we'll do like a made up character face or hand or something using this same material. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of it. Sorry, I've got a bit of indigestion, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. And this is how I'd study. So it forces us to understand. So we're not copying. We are understanding. So cool, we've got that. Let's just block this out as best we can, just with a flat. And I love these models. They're by, Shane said it last stream. I can't remember the guy's name. You should be able to see it on the Pinterest. The Pinterest pin. All right, we're just gonna be loose with it as well, I think. Being loose with it. Now I'm going to be given the screen some dirty looks. So we're going to be squinting our eyes down a lot. Well, I'm going to be squinting my eyes down. I don't know. You do with your eyes what you want to do with your eyes. But I'm going to be squinting my eyes down and looking at the values. These real basic shapes. All right, so this is not usually how I'd start, but because we're using reference, I'm trying to just go more 2D first. I could even make this a little bit bigger to make it a little bit clearer. Okay, dokes. Cool. Now I might just here we go. I'm just going to do it all on one layer. First one, all on one layer, because I'm crazy like that. And I don't care. What are you going to do? Nothing. All right. So, let's just start blocking in. But I'm going to use an alpha mask because I'm not going to be here for a month of Sundays just trying to block this in, trying to stay in the lines. All right, so we've got that. Now we've got these two really iconic shapes, let's say. All right, then I'm just first gonna, so we've got the nose, we've got kind of the side of the head which has some shadow, keeping it loose. I'm not trying to be super precise with anything. All right, so that's pretty much the sharpest. Then you've got some smaller shapes here. So I'm going big shapes first, right? Because if you don't get the big shapes first, the little shapes are going to fit within the big shapes, and then you've just got wrong little shapes. All right, so looking funky at the moment, but we'll get there. I hear you thinking it. Saying, Ben, this is looking weird. What are you doing? I know. All right. So, cool. We got these real basic shapes. Real basic shapes. Shane, my friend, welcome. Darren Marshall, that's the one. I was just talking about you, Shane. Said that you said the name of this guy, but I've got the Pinterest board in the description. So yeah, Darren Marshall. I love his stuff. I love this, even just the lighting setup. It's just wicked. Because you even have some of the reflected light on the side here, which is reflecting off of the background. Ooh, it's just like that hard, like that waxy clay sort of vibe to it. But good to have you in here again, Shane. Abhishek, you've made a time-lapse video. Sick. I want to see that one as well. Sam, I love this character. His eyebrows are awesome. So that's referring to the character beforehand. Thanks, man. Lil Giuseppe. Howdy, you inspired me. And I did my first video and posted it. Hell yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Also, you do look good today. And a good heart would be the term I would use. I appreciate it. Maybe this is tank top. Christoph Diaz, it looks great. Thank you. Nikita, Ben, do you enjoy making traditional art as well? Your art is amazing. I do, but I haven't done it in a very long time. But I'm definitely thinking about getting back into traditional. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Karl Kapinski. He's a big inspiration of mine, as well as Kim Jong-gi. And I would love to get as proficient, or work towards getting as proficient with sort of the line work and brush pens as they've gotten, because it's just a whole new world for me. So that would be a really fun challenge. Sam, I've been studying a lot of your sketch notes, the complete PDF that comes with your Gumroad course. Shameless plug. And I've been noticing how brilliant your shapes and textured strokes are. Sam, you're a gem. And your check's in the mail. Joker, do you stream often? I do now. I've only recently started, but I'm kind of addicted to it. I love it. It's just great to have you guys sort of pop in and keep me company. Otherwise, I'd just be doing this by myself, which is fine. I don't mind my own company. But it's always fun to sort of say hi to everyone, have a chat, have a laugh, while working at the same time, and potentially getting content out of this as well. There's that. So it's a win-win-win-win. Great. I always see your content on Instagram. This is what I need. I'll have to start getting your content. You have to. It's a must. All right. So it's slowly starting to take shape. There's a plane here. You notice just how scribbly I'm being with this side of things, but it's still, you can even start to see the form happen. Abhishek, can we get to see Mr. Beneblin sitting outside on the green grass making artwork someday? Yeah, why not? Why not? I do like going outside. I particularly like, one of my favourite places ever is the Adelaide Botanic Gardens. I was there the other day where no one was there. I just sat down with my laptop. I was just doing a bit of coding on the blog. Ugh. All the troubles of the world just sort of drifted away. It was fantastic. All right, the goal here is no noodle. No noodle Mondays. I'm not talking about the food. Shane, I only have time to stop in and say hi. I might hop on again later. It's great to see you regardless, man. We've got to hop on another call when I've got some more time and didn't have to just jump off because I had another meeting. Sam, I had this moment yesterday when I was working on something where I felt that I could do whatever I wanted with shapes. That I was inventing and creating. That is the best feeling in the world. That's what I'm chasing. That's the dragon I'm chasing. Is just freedom to do whatever and draw whatever I want. Using shapes, manipulating them, going as realistic or stylized as I want. Alright, so we're just slowly sort of carving shapes. Thinking about the light source. So the light source would be up here somewhere. It'll be up higher because you can see that with the specular highlight. So I'm looking to just understand the diffuse, or what they call the Lambertian reflection. And who's they? Physicists. Do you prefer to paint on one layer usually? For this quicker stuff, yeah. But yeah, I don't really have much of a preference. The only reason that I would paint on multiple layers is for... Where's the word? Find the word, Ben. Find the word. For organizational purposes. And the ability to go back and make adjustments on separate layers. That's about the only reason why I'd sort of work on multiple layers. But basically here, like this sort of stuff I'm doing, you could think of it even as like oil painting. You could use the same techniques. It'll take a little bit longer, but it's all same really. I'm looking at the light, squinting my eyes. Where's it darkest? Where's it lightest? All right, so even all in here is darker. Here's darker. There's another shape. There's just bam, bam, bam. This nose isn't as dark up here. 30 people watching in a live band and now it's 34. Woo! Are we going to break a record today? Who knows? I think our record was 45 concurrents. We'll see. Coming from traditional mediums, oddly I feel lost sometimes painting digitally. I think I can empathize with that, but I wonder if there's any value, let's say, in thinking about it traditionally first. Because I feel like a lot of people can get caught up in like the layer modes and bits and pieces, but those layer modes and everything are really just trying to get to they're like a means to an end. They help out more so. Like the multiply color mode, right? For example, all right, let's just do a multiply layer mode. All right, what's the multiply layer mode do? It darkens things, right? But it keeps the underlying values the same. So you could even think of that as like a darker wash in traditional terms. So you might come in, okay, I'm going to do a bit of a darker wash here in the crevices where the occlusion shadows might be. All right, so we're still thinking about what our outcome is, or what we're going to be using the tool for first, or what our problem is that we're trying to solve, versus what layer mode should I use because that's the thing to use. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. That's my thought process. Problem first, then figure out the tool. And you could do the, and again, you could do this on the same layer instead of using multiply. Just darken the color up. See, I just merged all the layers together. All right, let's add in this smaller shape. Let's carve out. Carve out these shapes. Where's my music gone? I had music earlier. Where on earth? Ugh. Epidemic. Sound. Okay, that'll do. Not my jam, but it is what it is. Uh, 12 de Decembro. Is that 12th of December? Because that's what it is here. It's much more than the time when I tried to have a live. There was only one person. Hey man, look, I had that as well. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's there was time there where I was streaming on Twitch before I was posting anything on Instagram. Had 0 people watching, and I felt like an absolute weirdo just talking to myself like this, trying to practice. Just in my room, just yeah, no one watching, and then randoms would pop in, and then my heart would race. I'm like, oh shit, someone's watching, someone's watching. But no, I'm grateful for you all popping in. It's been really fun, and definitely something I want to be keeping up. All right, I'm getting too nitpicky with it, and the shapes are a little off. So let's get these shapes, these sort of outer silhouette shapes cranking. So we go there, this comes up and out just a tad. Also, brush economy might be something I want to work on as well. How to get what I want out of the shapes in as little brush strokes as possible. That could be another challenge, potentially. All right, I'm going to say all right a lot. My apologies. It is what it is. Let's see. Just carving these shapes out. See if I can group some of these values as well without trying to go straight into doing the little fine tweaky kind of shapes. Now this doesn't look like how I want it to look yet, but we must have patience. It will all turn out. Now his eyes are actually down a little bit more. If we want to get more accurate with our shapes. Abhishek, what inspires you to get up and draw for 8 hours non-stop? I mean, I don't really want to draw all the time. Sorry, I'm lazy. You should be sorry, Abhishek. How dare you? No, I don't care. Like, you do what you enjoy. It wasn't a plan to get up and stream for 8 hours. Like, that's oftentimes just the what happens because I really enjoy it. You know, it wasn't like, okay, today's going to be the big 8-hour stream. Like, no, it didn't even feel like anything to me in that sense because I'm just used to doing it by myself. Right, and that's not like, not everyone works like that. Sometimes I'll have days where it's just I only draw for like an hour because that's all I've a lot of myself, or I've got to make posts, or that sort of takes up a bit of my time as well. So yeah, whatever I'm doing here, don't feel like you have to copy it like verbatim. These are I'm gonna say some things that you might that might resonate with you. I might say some other things that you're like, what are you talking about, you absolute nut job. It's I'm just only coming from experience, from my experience. It's not the way, it's not the only way, it's just what I've found. But yeah, no, the 8 hours, I mean, this could be one right now. It depends how much fun I'm having with it. You know what I mean? So if I'm not having fun with this right now, it's not looking fantastic, but I've got to just stick with it. Look at the shapes, squint my eyes down, and we will get there. Let's just lock these in like that. Let's get the ear. Just go bam, bam, bam. Because this is a sort of awkward stage, but like in like a microcosm, because it's not like a big drawing effort. It's just a study, but there's like always going to be this like weird little awkward stage. It's like a pain in the ass. But this is what I'm sort of working towards fixing. I'm not getting stressed about it. I'm used to it. Maybe we come through with a soft round just to push some of these darks a little bit more. Let's alpha lock this so we stay within the lines. Smooth this out just a tad. We can come in and sharpen up these shapes a little bit later on as well. Jay, hey bro, hope everything's going good. Everything's going good, man. Hope everything's going good with you. Welcome back. Great to have you. Alright, now this might be a time to do a tiny, this kind of fits in with what would this music. It's pretty low on my end, so I don't know if you can hear it. Maybe we'll just try and get these shapes a little more accurate, and then we can move on to sort of finessing some of these mid-tones, so between the light and the dark, so the kind of in-between values. It always confused me, that what the shit is a mid-tone? mean, it kind of makes sense now, but it's still sometimes I'm like, huh. It's more intuitive rather than really thinking about, okay, I'm doing the mid-tones now. Does that make sense? Gotta stop saying if that makes sense. That's okay. Being a little bit more accurate. There's just these small tweaks that can sort of make it. And I'm thinking about this not so much just going one to one, one to one. I'm thinking why are these darker? Why are these lighter? And it's all a comparison game, right? Because this plane in here, where you got like a lot of the occlusion shadows, like if we just add a little bit of a darker sort of occlusion shadow here, right? This is never gonna, like this, if you squint your eyes, it's dark, but it's never gonna be as dark as that, because this will indicate that it's in a similar environment, let's say, as this sort of corner of the eye. That the light is gonna have that much trouble hitting that sort of inner corner there. Right, so this will probably stay about where it is. So it's all a relative game. And these are great to study from, because you can quite easily see these planes. And this is a good study in gradients as well. Like for example, let's take a look at this plane here in the nose. All right, if we're trying to replicate that, let's just block that out. Say, let's knock this in. All right, let's say we're trying to replicate this gradient here. Right, this is going to be a little bit darker, but because this is facing the light source more, this is going to be a little bit lighter. So it's just adding the gradient there on the corner within this shape is just going to sell it that much more. And something to keep an eye on with your when you're inventing light source, like that'll still happen when you're inventing light sources, when you're studying light sources, all sorts of light sources. There's oftentimes going to be a gradient. So this here sort of tucks. So I'm looking at this shape, the brow. This kind of tucks underneath. Right, so it's gonna, if we look at it on the side, it will like tuck under. So that's gonna cause a shadow. All right. Sam, would you talk a bit about ambient light interacting with shadows, especially when you have the blue from the sky changing the color of the shadow areas? Yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean, from my understanding, The only reason you could see inside the shadow areas is because it's actually lit by something. All right. So wrap your head around. It took me a while to sort of wrap my head around that, but basically the only reason that you can see anything is because it's been lit by something. If this was in a vacuum and these shadows were here, this would be just completely, or there would be bounced light, so we'd probably see that. But let's say all this down here, it would be just black. It would just be nothing. You would see the forms and everything, but then as soon as the shadow happens, boom, nothing. So if the shadows are a little bit more on the blue side, say under skylight, following that logic, then they must be lit by something, right? So they're lit essentially by the blue sky in the shadows themselves. Again, all this is relative. If you took away the light of the sun, I mean, you wouldn't have the blue skylight then, because basically it's the reason that you have the blue skylight is because the sun's there, but forget about that. So the reason that the shadows and the ambient light would be blue is because the shadows are being lit by the blue light of the sky. And that took me a while just to wrap my head around, but when it finally sort of clicked, I'm like, aha, that can work with other lights as well, like indoor lighting. That's why you can not have a light on in a room, but you open you have a window in a room and it illuminates the whole room. It's not pitch black. The sun's not shining directly in the window, but it can still illuminate the room. So that's another form of sort of diffuse lighting where there's no, it's very bounce light heavy. But that's more theoretical. I mean this sort of takes a lot of examples and that kind of thing, which I might think about doing. But it's fascinating because that just unlocks so much stuff. And I recommend like just going into Blender. I mean, we might do some Blender stuff today to sort of like articulate some of those ideas, because it's very, very quick and easy just to be like, oh cool, that's how it works, awesome, move on and see if we can do it, recreate it with paint. Sam, I loved it. I loved what you were talking about with Francis on the podcast. My podcast, Make Now Think Later. Shameless plug. I'm gonna be doing that all stream long. On the podcast about doing things that feel like play. Yeah, man. That's helped me keep consistent with posting. If I hated posting things or hated drawing things, like it wouldn't last very long. So if you can actually even start to enjoy, even from the content creation side of things, if you can start to enjoy that actual process, right? Creating the videos, creating the posts, making them look a certain way, putting your stamp on them, you know, that's going to increase the chances that you keep up with it. Alright, see how we're starting to get some form here. I've not even thought about the light side yet. I'm just thinking about the more diffuse forms, I guess. When I say forms, it sounds a bit wanky. It's just things like the 3D objects. The cheeks, the eyes, the nose, just as a triangle. this dips in a little bit. His forehead dips in, so that's going to have shadow. This is going to have a little bit of shadow in here. Good morning, Master Momon. Are you crazy? Thank you. Good morning, Momon. Pablo Ramos. I didn't know you had a YouTube channel. I follow you on Instagram, and it was just yesterday, I think, when a YouTube recommendation showed me a channel. Nothing to think about. I just subscribed. I appreciate you, Pablo. Yeah, it's only recently I've started doing this longer form stuff, so there'll be a lot more of it. I mean, this nose shape is all out of whack, but that's fine. No worries. This is what study's about. It's slow. It doesn't happen just in 2 seconds. It takes a while. Alright, Abhishek will be back. Surya, Ayo Ben. Welcome back, Surya. Good to see you. Clarence, do you recommend we sign our digital art before posting online? What is it for really these days? Well, I just do a little, I don't even sign it really. I just put my little like @BenEblin_design on Instagram, just so if someone finds it, because people are going to repost it regardless if you, like, they're just going to repost it. If it's, like, there's always that chance, right? So if someone finds it somewhere else other than on my particular page, it's just a link back to me, basically. And if those people are a piece of shit and they take that off, there's really also nothing you can do about that. But it that's what I like to do, because people will find my stuff through Pinterest, all over the place, right? Just on Google or whatever. So it's just it's more so a branding thing. Oh. Bloody scared to shit. And that's our doorbell. It's embarrassing. It keeps changing itself. So give me 2 moments. I'll be back. My apologies. It's not a 5-minute break. And the dogs are going nuts. Oh, stressful. Be back in 2. All right. Give me 2 minutes. All right, we're back. We're back. My apologies. It was the postman. All right. Let us get back into flow. Whew. All right. This nose, let's do a little bit of surgery. Let's go move him up a tad. I am back, so I don't need that. Ari, love your work. Appreciate it, Ari. Thanks for popping in the stream. Markovac. Hi from New York City. How you doing, man? Or lady, I can't. Yeah, how you doing, man? Great to have you. Corbin Pierce. You seem to work at a really relaxed pace. It's refreshing to see compared to the sped up work that is saturating social media. That's also my fault because I post time lapses because they're efficient to show the whole process at like a high level, I guess. And I think Instagram only allows them to be like a minute. So, but yeah, at least for this, I'm working at like a relaxed sort of pace because this is just study time. This is just, what did I call the digital painting study fun times #1. There you go. That's the ethos of this session. No stress. Just learning, studying, sharpening the proverbial sword. Clarence Art makes sense. My dog started barking too. My apologies, man. Yeah, got to change that doorbell because it's one of those doorbells that you can change the sound. And I just want a normal doorbell, but if there's ever a blackout or the power goes out, it resets itself. And then you have that weird bloody jingle of a doorbell, which is annoying and embarrassing, especially if it goes off on stream. And for the people that are coming to the door, they're like, what the fuck is this? Who do these people think they are? Okay. That feels a lot more 3D-y. Now I can't wait to get throwing some light on this bad boy. Random Ferret, welcome back, my friend. Great to have you. Again, where has my music gone? So it started off as a very distracted stream, but we'll settle in. Just do the old flipperoo. We're getting there. We're getting there. Got some issues, but nothing that can't be fixed. That crosses all the way down past the lip there because the light's up here. See how I'm kind of ignoring all these little bits and bobs for now? Because it doesn't matter yet, because if I can't get the bigger shapes to feel right, that stuff is just gonna distract me in a way. Oh, it's too quiet, too quiet, too quiet. New releases, let's go. Fine, that'll do. All right, now because we've got this base, right, we've started to really block in just the shadows in the shadow side of things and not getting too caught up with the highlights or anything like that. We're not much of a step away from just going bat, bat. And then I'm starting to really start like sort of sculpt out these shapes. Right, it's not far away, but without this stuff underneath, it kind of just, so look, matte finish, a little bit of a shinier finish. Bing, 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 right? So I'm going to take some time with the highlights, but I'm just going to keep getting this to a place where I'm happy with it. Random Ferret, yeah, glad to catch the stream again. Glad to have you here. Random Ferret, I'm sorry, I don't understand if that was a joke or not. I'm not a huge Star Wars. Like, I like Star Wars, it's cool and everything, but I know not much about. I'm a casual fan, let's say. So I'm sure that was very either good joke or I don't know if it's a joke even. So my apologies, Random Ferret. Corbin, I totally understand the social media constraints, but it's still great watching the real-time process. Yeah, brings it sort of back into reality, right? Sam, how valuable was it for you studying Disney animated characters to look at stylization and forms? Somewhat important if I wanted to achieve that sort of look. But it's not like, it really comes down, like stylization is such a spectrum. It can really go so many different ways, not just, a lot of the times people think like, oh, stylization is like, oh, Disney style. That's definitely stylization. But you could go all the way from like caricature over here. Right, you got caricature. It's not even like a straight line spectrum. You got like caricature, realism, stylized, like cartoony, stylized, and then you can weave in and out of each of those sort of points. So it's a tricky one. It's a line Palpatine said, it kind of became a meme at this point. Oh, right, I see. I see. All right, now this could actually be tricky here without understanding a little bit about the light. So you see how if you squint your eyes, this feels a little bit brighter on the side here versus say here. Right here, I think is actually a little bit of reflected light happening. So I'm not trying to think about that just yet. I want to keep the logic of the light pretty consistent. So this would actually round in like this more and keep shaded like that. So it keeps that rounded logic of the light up here. Right, and that sort of slowly gradates down. This should be more rounded. So like every one of these little like value changes indicates a plane change, right? I think I talked about this last stream, but I think it was Steve Houston that said if there's a value change, there's a plane change. So you've got to be careful. That's why you don't want to just go like putting random values all over the place because that indicates that the planes are sort of oscillating and changing. Jay, welcome. How long have you been doing digital art? On and off, probably for like 15 years or something like that. I'm 29. Is that right? 15? Yeah, something like that. But I've been drawing on and off for most of my life, and a lot of that crossed over to digital art. And a lot of the principles I sort of try and think about translate to traditional. Which is fun. And those are the kind of the principles that I like to listen to the most, if that makes sense. If you keep hearing similar principles being said by multiple people, those are the ones that I kind of really take note of. Reflected light from the blue background, 100%. That's what I think. That's my assumption. So it's more. It could be a little bit of the Fresnel effect as well, which is another thing where, as something gets more. How do I explain this on the fly? When something gets more. What's a good example? So say you've got a plane like this, right? Water is a good example. If you've got like a dead flat lake, right? If you go down like, say this is the water level, and you just look at that water level, it's basically going to be a mirror, right? But if you as you start to look down into the water, and if you're like directly above it, you're going to see into and through that water more. All objects have some level of that Fresnel effect. So on the edges here, you can even see it a little bit. I'm not sure if it's pretty subtle, but it's a little bit of that blue. And if this was like a super HD sort of image, you'd see a little bit of that. But it's just like reflecting as if it's like a lake, right? Off of whatever is another thing called the angle of incidence, but basically it's just reflecting the light back into your eye of what you can see as if it's like a mirror. So there's that, and it oftentimes happens on the outside of objects or where the objects are like closer to parallel to you. Yeah, I've got to think that through, but basically, yeah, there could be a bit of both, reflected light and Fresnel. And I'll say when I add a little bit of that in, and you might be able to see what I mean. It's oftentimes easier to show it rather than explain it. But it's fascinating. Like, these are just like core fundamental principles with anything, like even 3D art. Blender Guru actually did a fantastic talk on light, which was great. As like a reference, like I saved it. And he talks about Fresnel. He talks about, and he talks about it in context of like Blender, right? The 3D software. But it's same. It's what makes an oil painting look real. It makes a pencil drawing look real. You can use the same principles. All right, let's carve these shapes out and let's get cracking with it. You'll also notice with this reference here, that there's different gradations. So up here is brighter than down here because that reflects the light source hitting the background, and then he's got like a shadow down here as well. So to make this fit in the scene, I guess you could say, we could do a little bit of that in the background as well. Alright, nothing too special, just adding a little bit of variation there, and once we get the light in there, it's going to make it pop a little bit more and all that good stuff. Do you draw animals? What's your favorite? I haven't drawn many animals actually. I've drawn dinosaurs, which, do they classify as animals? I don't know, but I guess that would be my favorite. Renan, hi Ben, what do you feel that are the differences between start rendering by values only or starting it by color blocking and then adding values? The differences are, I guess if you start just with the values, then you're only focusing on the values, like the black and white. Whereas with the color, you're like shifting colors as you go, which is just another element to take into account. One's not better than the other, I don't think. They're just different ways of working. Oh yeah, that's right. I did do a flamingo. Yep. That and that selfie gal is my lovely partner. So yeah, no, I did do a flamingo, didn't I? I forgot about that. So yeah, there you go. I've done a dinosaurs and flamingos. I know, did you usually, for nowadays, prefer start it with values? Yeah, I like the look of it actually. I like the look of starting with values, but I'll, at a moment's notice, will change. I'll just go through and change how I work just because. There's no... Because I like trying different things, trying new ways of working. Excuse me. Alright, maybe we start putting in the light. It's getting close enough. Getting close enough. Light time. When we play the drums for us live, oh man, I'm still learning the drums. So probably not for a very long time, if ever. It's so fun though. It's so fun. As I've said many times, I just like the act of learning new stuff. Being a beginner. Even in art, like trying different things and just being a complete beginner. That is my happy place. Yeah, that's cool. All right, so here I'm not thinking about the specular highlights even now, right? I'm just adding in a brighter value where it would actually logically make sense on the form, right? So there'd be a brighter value on the nose here, right? There would be brighter values a little bit on these eyelids, on this cheek bit here, right? It'd also be, what is that saying, right as well? I'm noticing all my bad talking habits with with streams as well. Sam, I've noticed you tend to work on a piece one light source at a time. You seem to work on overall value and form, core shading, then key light, then reflected light, or like a secondary light. Jay, a day, that's a long time. Yeah, you're not wrong. As I mentioned before, it's sort of, I like to think about the diffuse, or just the matte or Lambertian light source, or the Lambertian reflection, which is basically a matte, like a perfectly matte finish. And it really depends on the material. Because different material, like a translucent material, isn't really going to have a matte finish, so it's got to handle that a little bit different. But here, basically, I really like to start with figuring out what it would look like just as a matte material. Because then with that there, it's, and I think a lot of this was actually to do with understanding Blender. I'm just changing my pen settings as well a little bit because I'm going to get a little bit finessey and I don't want to go as hard with it. Because there's basically sliders in Blender of how rough or shiny the thing is. So I'm almost making this rough to begin with and then just like slowly moving the slider up to make it more shiny, which was a huge help to understand. Alright, so I'm just trying to figure out where that light, so this would be ever so slightly brighter here versus down here. And it's these tiny gradients. Once you've got the larger shapes in place, that can really sell the form. Sam, yes to the drum suggestion from Random Ferret. What are you focusing on with learning the drums at the moment? I'm trying to figure out the 80-20 rule with the drums. Like what's the 20% that I need to do to get 80% of the result. So I think it's actually learning how to hold the drumsticks properly to get the proper rebound going. And I'm working on just just figuring out the rebounder stuff, because that's fascinating. Like just getting the rebound control, I guess you could say, and like paradiddles and all that sort of stuff. So just doing, just like with art, the fundamentals, but also having some fun playing along with like Blink-182 songs and that kind of thing as well. Jay, all right, Ben, I got to leave, but I hope your art turns out wonderful. Thank you so much, Jay. Oh, it looks like you came back. Welcome back, Jay. Pablo, talking about feeling lost when you're drawing backgrounds. You and me both. It's not something I've focused heavily on, so maybe that's something we could explore on stream sometime. How I would tackle kind of just being a beginner again at backgrounds, at composition, at adding characters to scenes and that sort of stuff. I think that could be fun. Shadiq, I'm sorry, I would have no idea how to fix that issue. Annie, welcome. Hey Ben, can't stay long tonight. Just got home from a 9-hour shift and have school in the morning. Far out. But looking good as always. Grateful to relax on your live before bed. Well, great to have you, Annie. You need to get some rest. You've had a long day. Cloudy, you're not late. Don't stress. There is no late to the stream. We're going to be here for a while, so no stress. Alright, so see how this is feeling more and more like a piece of clay. There's just a rougher textured kind of like, oh shit. Oh, we've broken a record. I need like, oh, I haven't had time, but I'm going to make some like animations and stuff. 49 concurrents. Holy frick. Holy frick. Might not be a lot to some people, but it's just cool to have anyone popping in. So I appreciate you all popping in, keeping me company. Sam, yes, with stick grip, it's about feel, and once you have it, it sticks with you. I wish that I'd spend more time as a beginner really just focusing on feel with the stick. It seems like that. It is a very feel thing. There's no like, you get the principle of it, but then like doing doubles, for example, like pop, 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 like just having that pop, pop be consistent is really tricky. But I'm having a blast, just doing a little bit every day. Like if I'm rendering something on the computer and it just locks the computer up, I can't use it because it's just rendering stuff and there's no real point. I'll just hop on the kit and practice and have some fun with it. It's really, really good stress relief as well. All right, let's merge this all into one. Let's be crazy. Happy to talk drums anytime. Yeah, sounds good, man. Sounds good. I've been drumming for 13 years. Nice one. Yeah, I play guitar. I've been playing guitar for a very long time myself, and I just wanted to try something different. And I also thought it could be like good cardio as well. Like if you just have to keep up the tempo. I need to do a drum lick every time. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. That would be funny. I've got to figure out how to connect it to the stream and to the headphones and everything. That would be funny. Had a 2-year break where I didn't play live during COVID and a shoulder repair. Shit. Then a few months back, I played at church for the first time in years. I was rough. Yeah, man, it's one of those things. If you don't use it, you lose it. But the good thing is, I guess, because you've built up that skill, it doesn't stay lost for long. Like with most things. All right, how are we feeling about this? It's getting there. I'm just having fun. Drawing, chat. 51. Holy frick. Congratulations, everyone. We've reached a new milestone. 53. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, my Lanta. Shit, it doesn't actually mean anything. It's fantastic. It's awesome, but it doesn't change anything. I'm still just going to keep doing what I'm doing. But no, thank you, everyone. Again. Okay, and again, my music's on. My music's gone. Where in the shit tits is my bloody? It just keeps stopping on me. All right, let's just do some smooth jazz. I can barely hear it. I don't know. It'll do. All right. Let's actually flip him as well. Can even see he's got a bit of a red light coming through here as well. Oh, this makes me want to speed up this music. I'm not going to. I'm not going to give in to the jazz. This angle of the hair. Said I wasn't going to be super strict about the shapes, but my OCD's kicked in and I can't help it. Feels like it's sculpting it yourself. Yeah, it does a little bit. I mean, it helps as well that it's got a bit of a clay. It's actually clay that I'm trying to replicate here, so no. This needs to be darker. Just in here, just a little bit. Just Alright, maybe I'll start suggesting some specularity, and then we can kind of keep tweaking it, keep playing with it, and wrap it up. And then go on to the next one, and then we can maybe use what we've learnt here, and then try and do it on a random character. We'll just sketch it up, and then just have some fun. Vildy, nice. Clarence, yo, 53. I know, right? Hit milestones. Jay, Ben, you remind me of someone in a movie, and it's scaring me how similar y'all look. Who do I look like? Who do I look like? I hope it's flattering. Whoever you think I look like. I'm sorry. Aylul Gunes. Oh my god, new works. Yeah, these are just studies. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy, but technically, yes, new for me. We are a witness of this moment. You certainly are, Clarence. You certainly are. Now check this out. Look at this, ready? This gets me excited. I'm a weirdo. What do you, like, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? But here, if we start zooming in more and getting a little bit more detail, check this out. What's gonna make this eye pop out? Why is this, if we squint our eyes, why is this light, this eye being lit? Because it's got the bounce light from the cheek coming up underneath the eye here. And that's gonna give it more form. Right, and that just automatically brings it out of the shadows. Right, same here. Right, and we can even go even deeper with the occlusion shadows. Now there's some definite structural issues with sort of some proportions and whatnot, but this is more of a painting study, less a accuracy sort of study. And there are 2 steps here, so I'm going to group these into one shape, the eyelid, or the lower eye bags. I'm going to group them into one shape to begin with, then we can break it down into smaller shapes as we please. So then we add in the other shape. I think this nose could even be up higher as well. Whoa, 59. Woof. Breaking records here, everyone. Breaking records. 59 concurrents. Where will this stream take us? Who knows? Sky's the limit. Catch you later, Pablo. Jay, it's someone from a war movie, but can't remember which one. 62! Holy frick. Holy frick. That's a lot of people. It's the jazz. The jazz has done it. Alright. Slowly getting there. Just study times. Study times. Now, what I was talking about before is kind of shape. No, not shape. Brush economy, I guess you could say. Alright. So what can I do to clean up these shapes? Right, we've got this here, which has a little bit of a... So if we want to clean this line up, let's clean it up. Let's be deliberate with our strokes. how would I clean this up? Because there's not, see even all these little jaggy bits here, right? You got this little bump here. Let's clean this up. Let's really, without the lasso tool, I mean, if we wanted to be super clean, we'd do the lasso tool and wrap it around the shapes and things, but this is more of a painterly session. And even if we want to get like super nitpicky as well, if we come here, right, and we want to analyze these shapes, just purely as shapes themselves, right? There's a reason behind what's happening here. But if you look at this top lid, that's brighter than most of this stuff down here, right? Because it's going to be catching most of the light, right? And then down here actually has a little smoother transition, right? It's not a hard, harsh line. So this is getting a little bit into the weeds here. But if we wanted to replicate that, sort of keep this line sharp. All right, we bring this even a touch brighter, and you see there's a gradient. There's a gradient between these shapes. And this is where the kind of realism can start to kick in. There's a logic to it because all these planes are reacting to the light source. Cloudy Pages, Nick, I believe. Sorry if this has been asked before, but did you have a plan for getting your social media out there, or did you just post your stuff? It began as just posting my stuff, but I slowly sort of... Basically, I just tried to enjoy the process and start, right? Because I can personally easily get stuck into overanalyzing everything and getting things, trying to make everything perfect before I even get started, which is just silly. So to start with, I just did that. And then I started to get really analytical because I love business stuff. I'm an entrepreneur at heart and I just love figuring stuff out. So I wanted to get more analytical, but also try and figure out a way that I could do it where it was still fun, because I thought that was the best strategy to keep consistent with it. That's a very high level explanation of it, but yes, started off just having fun with it and getting the habit, and then slowly transitioned into, okay, how do I maximize these results that I'm slowly starting to see? All right, so see how that just starts bringing it more into realism? There's differences between these planes. There's light hitting it at different angles, so this is facing the light more so. Right, this eye will be even more in shadow, except for this part here where it's getting hit by the reflected light. And we can even cool down some of these shadows later on as well using some of the layer modes. We could have started with some of these cooler shadows, but I didn't. So we've got to fix that up later if we do want to fix it up. All right. Probably didn't want to go as in depth or close up as that, but see it slowly. And it's just a process of doing this over and over again. It's figuring out, okay, what's the shapes? Why are they looking like that? And I don't mean to say it's just that, but it essentially is. Why are these shapes there? How are their planes reacting to one another? And how are their planes reacting to the light source? Then we can take this knowledge and sort of throw it on our own characters and have some fun. I can get nitpicky. This mouth is too low. So one way to fix that is doing some surgery. So we just go take this and just go right. Ta-da! And that is the benefit of digital. You can just do that. Alright, let's add in this darker. These darker lines. Now these are going to go back in perspective, right? So they're going to wrap around this form. Sam, if an artwork isn't going the way you want, are you more inclined to A, scrap it and start over, or B, keep on with it and try and fix it? When I was younger, I would scrap it. I'd just scrap it, say I'm shit. This didn't work out. But, as I've gotten older, as I've learned a bit more, I think there's more value in trying to fix it rather than throwing it away. Otherwise, you just get used to throwing stuff away. You get stuck in that first stage of, oh, this is frustrating me, let's just give up and start again, versus trying to understand what the problem was and taking steps to try and fix it. And that's where I'm at the moment. Like if stuff's not going right, I will almost always take steps to try and fix it, unless I think that the best port of call is to restart it because the underlying foundations are just wrong. I think that, yeah, I think there's more value in trying to fix it. Have you ever worked in / are interested to explore more environmental art, stuff like backgrounds and working with composition? Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I'd love to sort of start having a play around with that, adding characters in, all that sort of stuff. I feel like I focus so much on characters that I forgot the environment's the environment's a thing. Yeah, no, you and me both. No, as I said, I think earlier, it could be something to try on stream. How do we figure out environment stuff? And that's going to be a lot of like studying from others, I think. I think that's the way to go. All right, I've spotted another mistake. Again, I'm not trying to get this perfect, but that feels a little bit. I'm just trying to look at the proportions a little bit here. The distance between there and there feels right. The distance between the mouth and the chin is a little bit far for my liking. So let's bring it closer. Just going right. There we are, that feels a lot better. Palpatini weenie. Alright, I'm learning a lot. Fantastic, fantastic. Clarence, random ferret, same. It's kind of hard to keep a balance of both along with other things I'm interested in. Yeah. I think it's fun to sort of just try things. Maybe keep like your main thing that you're proficient at or that you really enjoy, and then just try and fold in some other study. Hello, I finally get to join your live stream. Angelo, welcome, my friend. Great to have you. All right, let's start. I'm anxious. I just want to try and replicate this shiny bit. All right, so let's see. Look how this looks bright here. Right, this looks pretty bright. But you look at it, where it is in the brightness, only 58% brightness. This is the brightest bright. Right, so we've got a lot of wiggle room to play with. So I'm going to slowly build it up. We can even add in a couple of brighter areas, I think. Let's desaturate it a little bit. So this is the specular reflections, right? This is where it's like essentially a mirror. So the planes that are going to, the way I'm thinking about it is the planes, if they were a mirror, they're going to reflect the light back at your eye, depending on how shiny they are. Does that make sense? Krishna Varak, hi Ben, I love your all works and inspired from you a lot. Thank you so much, that's awesome to hear. I keep drinking from an empty cup. Ugh. Maybe that's an indication I need a little break, a little coffee break. So see how there is still a gradient there, even though it's pretty choppy. We're trying to replicate that real shine. Where else is that on there? There's a little bit here on the chin, I see. Not going to be as noticeable. And we can just now we can also indicate some of these cut lines as well. See just that? It looks like a scoop out of his head. Just that little bit. Again, I'm not trying to get it perfect, this is just a study. But now we can actually come into the specular highlight, where there wouldn't be a specular highlight, there would be a shadow. And now it's starting to feel like a thing, a 3D form with a bit of shine to it. And as we darken up some of these, it's going to sell it even more, which is just a lot of fun. Now we can even start to think, all right, this is the shiniest part. Let's start thinking about the hair. Let's carve this into the side of the head. All right. Just go bam, bam, bam. All right, now with the logic that we've used, the planes that facing with the planes that are facing the light source, they're going to be brighter. So this is all going to be a little bit darker. So now that looks like it's sort of sculpted in. We can use the same logic here. carve it in. Alright, same. Alright, same here. This plane is going to be facing the light a little bit more. This plane is going to be facing the light a little bit more. Alright, so we're getting there. I love this part. This is my favorite. This is what I wait for. This is what I'm like, oh, I just want to get to it. But just got to be a bit patient with it. Let's darken up some of these shadows, shall we? Really push the occlusion shadow. So this is where the light is finding it the hardest to get to. Alright, so there's like a deep crevice in the ear here. Same philosophy is, okay, where's this? There's going to be a gradient coming down with this ear plane. So now it fits in with the rest of it all. The light's going to find it hard to get underneath this lip area. So we darken that part a little bit. We'll change the shape of it a tad, so we can just paint in. A little bit of that. Whoa, where have you gone, Pure Ref? Thank you. Same here. Now it's starting to take shape. This could even be a bit darker, I reckon. Random Ferret, by the way, are you taking any art classes right now? Maybe like at Brainstorm, Schoolism, or even Procreate? I'm not currently at the moment. I oftentimes renew my Schoolism account. I'm generally a course junkie, right? I love taking courses and just like learning new shit. Haven't tried Brainstorm yet. But yeah, and Procreate, yeah, I haven't taken any from Procreate yet. Alright, so to even sell this edge even more, just throw on a little dark sort of edge in there. Alright. Okay, let's zoom out and see how we're going. It's getting there. It's not perfect. It's not 100% correct yet. Probably won't get there. Sam, how would your process or approach change if you were using Procreate? Probably wouldn't that much, to be perfectly honest with you. Catch you later, Clarence. Great to see you. Have a great day at school tomorrow. Angelo, see you. Oh yeah, he was saying goodbye. Right, so let's zoom out even more. See where we're at. Yeah, with Procreate it probably wouldn't change much at all, really. Alright, let's try and do some of this Fresnel lighting that I was mentioning before. So I'll just grab a bit of this, knock it down. There's going to be a little bit of this going on. A little bit of this. Ever so slightly, just a bit on the edge there, kind of. So you see that? Just that little bit of edge lighting, Fresnel-y kind of stuff just sort of sits it ever so slightly more into the scene. Just a tad. BG, how do you find the best reference images? Pinterest, my friend. I mean, there's no best reference image really. It's all based on what your goals are for the particular piece of work. My Pinterest link is in the description if you want to follow along with these sculpture studies as well. Dreamy, love your designs on Insta. Looking to learn a lot from you. Subscribe. Appreciate it. Appreciate it a lot and great to have you. Let's see where we can darken things up. Get these occlusion shadows going. Alright, now let's see if we can cool these shadows down a little bit. Right, so this is where I might use a layer mode. Right, just ever so slightly just come through. Well, we can even do some like color, I guess some really saturated stuff going to make it a little bit more dynamic, I guess you could say. Like just a little bit more interesting. Right, so without with. So I think there's like something in between there that looks good. Yeah, we'll kind of do. Alright, let's change this music. Changing the music. Let's go hip hop. Let's try something different. go popular. Let's go. There we go. Right, so I just merged all that down. Merged it all down, and now we're just sort of having a play, seeing how everything goes. Yeah, look, we can almost wrap this up pretty soon. There's nothing much else other than getting really finicky with the shapes and the like the rendering. Other than that, I'm not sure we can gain too much more from this study, other than just making it look better. Dreamy, do I work a full-time job or working on own business freelance full-time? And how long a day do you work? So basically this social media, sort of selling my own products and that kind of stuff is my main income, as well as some freelance stuff on the side. And how long do I work in a day? It's hard to say exactly, but well, I don't know. Anywhere from 8 to 14 hours, but it's variable, right? Some days I've got to get stuff done, so it's longer. Other days I might just need a bit of a break and I just sort of wind it down a little bit. So it's hard to say exactly how long I work each day. But yeah. So yeah, I've been very fortunate with the social media stuff for it to start paying the bills, and now I'm just trying to figure out how to really make it and spin it up into a really sort of sustainable business. Which a part of that strategy is hopping here on YouTube. Yeah, Dreamy, while I was working full time before I started posting stuff, right, on social media, my biggest advice for that is to start small but keep consistent. So it could be just 20 minutes or just on the weekends, or 20 minutes on the weekend, or just something to keep up the consistency. Because I don't know, at least for me, I get caught in the trap of wanting to like do stuff perfect and do it right, and what's 20 minutes going to do? But if you swap the mindset from what's 20 minutes going to do to this 20 minutes is bolstering the habit of working on my own stuff, it makes it a little bit more appealing and a little bit more makes a bit more sense, which took me a little time to wrap my head around, but I use that with everything now. Basically, you'll hear me probably say it a bunch on stream when people ask similar questions. because I literally started posting on Instagram with 20 minutes in the morning. I just drew 20 minutes in the morning. Well, first I actually just started with the drawing. I just started drawing 20 minutes and then I was like, all right, now I'm going to post. And I just have to do it. Okay, I reckon I'll leave this guy here. Now, what do we think of? Let's group him. Let's just copy this. Let's throw him underneath there. Let's go bada bing, bada boom. We got a group. Remove all that. We got this guy. Now, let's try maybe and do our own character, maybe like a head or a bust or something, but do it in the same material with the same lighting as this guy. Could be fun. All right, so let's move him. Let's keep him with his lighting. So that's the blue background. Let's move him to the side here. Let's just sketch out something. I don't know, I've got nothing in mind. But let's just, I don't know, let's just try. I need some suggestions, maybe. It's going to probably be very generic. Yeah, I realized I wasn't consistent. Now after your confirmation, now I'm damn sure I had to work on my consistency. Thanks a lot. No worries, Dreamy. No worries. It's a struggle for me to be consistent as well, but it's more of a trying to get that, keep that habit. Steve Irwin, cowboy. Oof. I don't know. I've started here. Maybe what does Steve Irwin look like? Maybe we do a cowboy. I don't know. I kind of want to keep the idea of this shiny part here. So maybe I can just do some random hair. A character with John Howard's eyebrows. Washing dishes is such a pain in the abdomen. Oh, that's funny. I've not really heard that. I've heard pain in the ass, but not pain in the abdomen. This is very anatomical. Let's do something like this. So we do maybe a mustache here. It's got a bit of a weaker chin. Do the bushy eyebrows. You're doing great. I appreciate it, mate. I appreciate it. Try Android 16 from Dragon Ball Z. Couldn't tell you who that is. No clue, sorry. Or Dr. Zero may be cool. Again, I don't know who that is. Maybe I'm uncultured. Alright, let's try and do the same material on this guy. Got a base, but we're just going to start painting. Let's just start painting. We'll move the shapes around as we go. So let's get this base color where we started. Maybe just go underneath the... Sorry, I asked you for your suggestions and I just started painting. My apologies. Let's just get this base down. Now he's very angular, right? So I want to keep that vibe. Still keeping it very angular. Very 3D. So let's just see. If we can kind of replicate so the moustache is going to cast a shadow. This eyelid is going to be casting a shadow. This eyelid is going to be casting a shadow. This ear will also cast a shadow. But his brain is visible and covered with glass instead of a skull. Oh, there you go. Oh, well, maybe I'm doing this to Dr. Zero. Alright, so lights there. This will be in shadow. This will be more in shadow down here. Just trying to get a feel for the shapes, the planes. Let's just straight up merge them all. Shabam. So this plane is going to be art by Nathan. Sorry, I missed that one. How to learn planes of the head. Well, you can Google the Asaro planes of the head. That's a good resource. And there's like a lot of 3D models and things like that that you can learn from. Background music is nice. Can we have the music link? It's 3 Epidemic Sound, so I don't think it's... This is called Halloween Clown by DJ Dents. There's like a royalty-free sort of thing I've subbed to, so I can play it on stream. Alright, so I'm just trying to take the same logic and stuff that I've learnt from the study and place it on this random dude. Logo car reaction. Hey Ben, I am nuts. How are you and your family? Fine. I hope that you and your family are fine. My family, me and my family are fantastic. Thank you very much. Sorry, the wording of that was kind of funny. But no, I appreciate it. No, we're all doing well over here. This almost gives me like Nigel Thornberry vibes. It's like a clay statue of Nigel Thornberry. Wrinkles, better eyebrows. Sorry, I don't know what you mean. Wrinkles between eyebrows. Yeah, I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Let's make him have a beard of some sort. Slowly starting to take some kind of form. This is completely random character. No real thought or much to creating this guy. So for those of you who have just joined, I did this study here. I'm trying to recreate it on a random character. Recreate the material at least, or the lighting setup. Logo car, what do I do for a living? This. More or less this, and a bit of contract work, like some workshops, social media, selling products on my gumroad, and yeah, having fun with it. Four more. Why do you always take so long for these paintings? My apologies that I don't do it faster, because these are for study. I'm trying to understand the form, because I mean, if I just keep scribbling and go fast, I mean, I'm not learning anything. I'm trying to slow down, because I oftentimes make the most mistakes when I try and speed up, and there's no prizes for being fast. I could really care less how long something takes. It's, did I learn something, and does it look good? Certain rendering styles take a little bit less time versus others. What do I think about... No, I didn't take it as an insult. I didn't take an insult. Take it as an insult for more. Sorry. If you took it that way, as if I thought it was an insult. Not at all. Not at all. No stress. Logo car reaction. What do I think about Sam Yang? He's fantastic. His style's freaking awesome. T34 War, nice painting studies, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you. Having a lot of fun. A lot of fun just playing. Playing and learning. it's all about. I'm just going to add a bit of red into some of these shadows. Looking a little bit muddy, so then we can call them off later. This random character looks better than the previous one. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but I appreciate it, man. Again, it's all about the planes. You can just invent things if we start to think about the planes. Four more. He ain't lying. The new character has more attractive shapes, fam. I appreciate you guys. Donny Diago, does your tutorial pack include all the study notes? Actually, it was a like launch special to have the study notes in there, but I haven't taken them out actually, because I think that if I take them out, it'll take them out for everyone. So I had to keep them in there. I just haven't. So yes, they technically will still be in there. Not the latest ones, but from launch, there'll be my study notes in there. I've got to figure out a way to fix that. But yeah, they'll be in there. Dazzling Action, hello. Hello, welcome. No worries, Donny. Let's clean up some of these shapes, shall we? Art by Nathan, can you update your study notes with the latest ones? Yeah, eventually. Eventually. Those study notes are sort of frozen in time, and when I come out with something new, then I'll add all my new ones in there. 4 more. I've noticed a lot of your paintings lack texture. They reflect light as if they were made of clay. Is that by choice? And if so, why? Yeah, I don't know. I just like the aesthetic of it. I want to start adding a little bit more texture into my paintings. But yeah, that's kind of just how they turn out, really. Sorry for all the questions, just asking stuff beyond the art tips. Yeah, no stress. Ask away. Ask questions about any and all things, whether it be social media, businessy stuff, that sort of stuff. Like I'm happy to talk about it all. This is really, really fun for me. So no stress whatsoever. But yeah, I don't know. I'm always going to be evolving though. Always going to be evolving, different rendering styles, different ways of thinking about stuff, different processes, techniques. I don't want to be kind of stagnant and stuck to the one way of doing things. Always want to be updating and learning and trying new stuff. Let's maybe knock this forehead back a tad. Just a teensy bit. There we go. Abhishek, is that a mustache or a giant upper lip? That is a mustache. I've got to make that a little bit clearer, I think. Because it's all the one material as well, I've got to be careful and sort of clever about how to make stuff clear. So maybe I do this kind of thing where I kind of notch it in a tad. Something like that. And then have this. I'm not a fan of Christmas music. It just doesn't do it for me. Where am I at? Did you study art in school or self-taught? So I went to school for industrial design. I dropped out of that. And yeah, no, I didn't go to school for this sort of stuff. This is all pretty much self-taught. But I say this a lot when people ask that question. That you've kind of got to be self-taught regardless if you go to an art school. Because we had someone in here, I believe it might have been Michelle. I can't remember exactly, but she was going to Art Center in Los Angeles. I think that's where Art Center is. And she said, "Yeah, you got to study yourself, regardless. I mean, you take the classes and everything, you get the credits and whatever, but you got to spend time on your own." Logo, I'm coming to Australia for my bachelor's in interactive media and animation, and I'm from India. I want to ask you that in Australia there a good amount of jobs for artists or not? I'm not so much quote unquote in the industry, if you know what I mean. Like I've come into the industry through the back door. I feel like it's all been through like any sort of job opportunities or workshops or anything like that has come through just posting on Instagram. Seriously, like I don't have a portfolio. Instagram is my portfolio, but I've had some pretty notable company sort of reach out, and I've done some work for them that I can't really talk about until whatever they're working on is released. But all my opportunities basically in art, apart from a few freelance things here and there, came from Instagram and like building a bit of an audience. And so I wouldn't be able to give you any advice on the traditional route of getting a job in a studio or anything like that, unfortunately. But I personally think it's very valuable to start putting your stuff out there and building an audience. How do you keep edges crispy like that? Also, logo, I don't think you have to be confined to where you're actually living from a job perspective with any industry, really. Particularly if you're working online and doing digital stuff. It doesn't have to be stuck to where you're living. Where I get most of my work from, like the US. Like the contract stuff is, I've done contract stuff from the US. Was it Sweden, Sweden, and Croatia? So I've been and that's only in the last like year and a half. So it's all over the place. I wouldn't limit yourself to just looking at where you're studying or where you're living, if that makes sense. What is that red resize thing that you use to resize your brush? It's literally just holding Control and Option on a Mac. So I can just, instead of going plus, minus, or changing it in the brush settings, it's just hold that and you drag. That's a nice little time saver for sure. How can I learn this type of art? Keep following. That's unfortunately a very broad question, but all I can do is show you what I mean, I do have I'll be coming out with courses. I've got a tutorial out at the moment if you want to dive deeper. But I mean, I've got my Instagram for my free stuff to get you started. But also I'd recommend getting references from people that you really enjoy as well, and trying to study their work. Kind of like what I'm doing here. I really like the lighting and the sort of shape language of this sculpture. So now I'm just studying it. Yeah, this guy's been pretty fun. Just trying to find the shapes. Nothing set in stone, it's just sculpting. Figuring stuff out. Let's flatten this ridge here just for the moment. We can sort of bring that down. Make this ridge pop out a tad. Abhishek, I believe dropping out of college makes people successful. I don't know. I've got my thoughts about traditional education, but we can leave that for another stream. But as I said, regardless if you're in college or university or whatever, teaching yourself is the most valuable thing you can do, because the industry is going to swap and change and evolve. It's in your best interest to really have the skill of learning new skills fast. And if you can enjoy that process, that's even better. Four more. I've noticed you seem very comfortable with putting yourself out there, whether it be promoting your courses or live streaming in general. Does that confidence come from age and experience, or is it something you just took a leap on and never looked back? Kind of just took a leap on. Right? Like, I only started posting this stuff maybe a year and a half ago, a little over a year and a half ago. Before that, I was just doing all this stuff, all this information was in my head. So even this live streaming stuff is like a skill that I've got to get used to. I've got to get used to talking and drawing at the same time. But the confidence, I guess, from putting myself out there, quote unquote, is that I'm not, the way I like to make content, like I've said this on a couple of other streams, but the way I like to make content and the way to mitigate against that kind of imposter syndrome kind of feeling is that I'm just sharing my experiences, and I'm not saying that anything is the right way to do something or it's the only way to do anything, right? All I can kind of say is like, or give advice on or share is stuff from my experience, and no one can really take that away, so there's nothing really to be afraid of in that sense, like of being called out or that's not the way to do XYZ. It's like, yeah, I never said it was. It's what I found that worked, and that's that. Like, you'll never hear me say this is how you do this is the way to do XYZ, because I don't know, I don't think, one, that's productive, and two, accurate with a lot of this stuff. So I hope that makes sense. Haven't even gotten to the specular highlights yet. I can't wait. Cannot wait. Let's have a squeeze. Abhishek. Logo, thanks for answering. No problems. My absolute pleasure. Abhishek, I really wanted to go to an art college, but fortunately I found out that art college sucks a lot of your money and companies are just looking for the skills, not your damn degree or college. Yeah, I guess it's dependent on the industry, on the studios and stuff. But I mean, again, I've not gone to art college, so I can't say anything about the efficacy or how useful it is. But all I know is that people have reached out to me literally just from Instagram. No portfolio, no nothing. This is me just doing this stuff on my own time and sort of sharing my thought process. I mean, another benefit of sharing your stuff is you get to meet new people as well in the industry. Like, I knew no one. I mean, comparatively, I still sort of don't know very many people. But just like being able to talk to other people that's doing the same thing and that kind of stuff, it's super. It's like really beneficial. It's really, really cool. let's clean up his hair. So he's got a bit of like sort of hair coming this way. We've got to think about how it goes in perspective. Sort of shooting backwards like that, so it's kind of following. It might be sticking out this way, then this way, then this way, then this way, then this way. All right, if we're just following the perspective, if we think about like the center of the head, all those kind of hair clumps will be going back in perspective. Sam Payne, adding my 2 cents here as self-taught professional illustrator in Australia. Firstly, one of the best skills to learn, and Ben does this so well, are actually social skills and relationship skills. I appreciate you, Sam. Wasn't always that way. My default is introvert, so it's something that you got to get a little bit used to. Certified GigaChat. That's all from me, fam. Hopefully I can catch your stream again. I'd love to ask you about the entrepreneurial side of art. Definitely. I'm still learning about that myself, and I find that endlessly fascinating. So you have a good one. You have a good night. Raina. Sorry. Can you tell me how to say your name? Raina Amy Leah Art. Hi, I'm new here. I've been following your amazing content on IG and feeling inspired by it. Just wondering, how would you normally tackle folds? Thank you for your question and welcome. Great to have you. Tackling folds is honestly, I mean, there's no real folds here, but it's the same as I would tackle most any form. If you're talking about painting, for example, you've got to think about the light source. Where is the light source coming from? Where are the shadows? And there's got to be a logic to the folds, right? Like, for example, this could be classified as a fold. It's just an indication of his like eyebrow. Right, but because it's in context of everything else and the light source and all those types of things, it sort of makes sense. So, like, let's say if I wanted to, like, these are kind of folds, even like they're more stylized facial hair bits. But let's say that we wanted to add, where do we put a fold? I mean, there's folds here. It's all basic shapes. There's fold under his eye here, and that's following the light source. So the light source is coming from the top down. So the planes of the fold underneath his eyelid, this is going to be lighter than this. So it's going to sort of curve downwards and transition downwards, and then this side of the fold is going to be lighter. And it's going to sort of transition down that way. So without actually having like material or anything handy right now to sort of demonstrate and to do a more quick explanation, it's really from the rendering side of things, understanding where that light source is and where the planes of the folds are laying. And that's how you can sort of get some believable folds. But it's just like painting mostly anything, really. Everything has 3D structure. Well, most everything can be thought of to have 3D structure. All right, do I dare? Do I dare go and give the old specular highlight a whirl? Yeah, let's give the specular highlights a whirl. Why not? What have we got to lose? Absolutely nothing. Alright. Wrong. Alright, so if the light source is kind of in that same area, you just want to lay down some real basic trying to think how would this all go. So I've got the eyebrow here. So this would probably something like that, maybe. Not sure. Logo car. Artists say draw a head like this or that, like make guidelines for eye, nose and mouth, and I don't like it. How to practice drawing as a beginner. How you practice drawing as a beginner. I think trying different ways of structuring faces and eyes and all that sort of stuff. Try a bunch of different ways out. If you hear an artist say that they do it one way, give it a shot. It might click with you. It might be like, yeah, this makes more sense to me. It's like I have a kind of hybrid way of structuring the head. I don't use any one particular method necessarily. But I'll sort of mix and match different different techniques, also depending on what I'm drawing and what makes sense. Figure out this mustache. They're starting to feel like they're in the same family of like clay. Dazzling action. Honestly, doodles are fun to even start out with. Yeah, definitely. There's actually no right or wrong way of doing any of this stuff. There's more efficient ways of doing certain things, but everyone's going to have their own little opinions and ideas around how to do them. It's up to you to sort of take bits and pieces from the artists that you enjoy and like, and the stuff that's useful, take it. The stuff that's not, throw it away. Have I learned realism? Yeah, that's what I used to do a lot of. And that's why I started to steer away from it to do more of this stylized stuff, because I found it more of a challenge. Whenever I look at your work, it reminds me very much of clay sculptures and 3D models. Do you often study from 3D models? Yeah, I like to. I like to, because it gives me sort of freedom to make up things like this, for example. Like this, a lot of this isn't actually shown in this model here, like these planes and bits and pieces. It gives me freedom to explore and change things and make it more realistic, more stylized. You can go in all sorts of different directions just by understanding the 3D forms a little bit more, because I hated the feeling of feeling lost. And just like guessing, because even studying a lot from 3D models can help with realism as well. At least it has for me. What do you find hard about stylizing? Oftentimes likeness. Likeness is the thing that I find pretty tricky. It takes the longest amount of time, because you've got to find that balance between what shapes do you want to keep, what shapes do you want to remove, what do you want to simplify, what makes sense to simplify, because very quickly you can make someone not look like you can lose the likeness pretty quickly. So that's probably one of the more difficult things I'm finding, because even that Wednesday one I did and posted the other day, there's a lot I would change and tweak if I was going to give myself more time to get the likeness a little bit closer, or a lot closer, really. And then it can also come down to like a stylistic choice as well. Do you want it to be like look 100% like the person, or do you want to be like a little bit more loosey-goosey with the stylization? Alright, let's see if we can add in something like Bishnu, hi, hello, welcome. Abhishek, just uploaded the time-lapse video of your portrait painting on my YouTube. Please tell me where I can share the link. I don't think you can share the link in the chat. I've got to do something with the settings. Throw it in the Discord. Go for it, Abhishek. Again, reflected light. See this dark, like glabella part? This is going to become a light source, and that's going to reflect up into that area. So we can take a little bit of this, we'll saturate it just a little bit, and then we'll just throw that up in there. And that even just brings that little bit more realism into the statue sort of clay feel to the thing. Thank you for making these videos. Quickly, you are becoming my favorite artist. Oh well, thank you so much. Keep up the great content. I certainly will, Jet. I appreciate you. Have you ever come to India? Incredible country. I haven't. I'd love to go. Dazzling bounce lighting is tricky. It can be. It definitely can be, but there's ways to make it a little bit less tricky. If you think about everything as a light source, it's more like a process of elimination, particularly when you've got shadows. See, I'm going to take some cues from here, from this. I'm going to just add a plane there. And I might do something like that. See, now we are just kind of sculpting with light. Just making some of these forms just pop out of nowhere. I'm going to make this beard hair even. Yeah, this is going to make it better. How to manage layers, please explain. That's a very broad question, I'm sorry. I think it may take a little bit too much concentration away from what I'm doing at the moment. But basically I'm just working on, there's just two layers. So we've got just these two layers, that's it. Right, and now I'm actually going to go group them and merge them into one. I'm just working on one layer. Annie, headed off now. Had a productive little session and really enjoying your process on these warm-ups. Thank you so much, Annie. This warm-up has turned into like a full, a full kind of video, but I appreciate you, Annie. Thanks for stopping by. You have a good one. Dazzling, do you find color hard or black and white hard? I mean, I don't find any of them easy. But I found over the more so recently that there's a logic to them all, which is why I want to sort of always think about things logically. There's always an answer for something. Why isn't this looking right? Why would this be brighter here? Like, why is this brighter on the head on the head? Well, because there's a light source there. Okay, And he asks the question here, okay, if that's true, if the light source is up here somewhere, what would happen to this plane? Well, this plane would be kind of a little bit brighter. Well, what about this plane? Well, it's not going to be as bright as this plane because it's not facing the light source as much, but it's still going to be pretty bright. Right, so then you can just, it's just like a logical sort of step-by-step kind of process, at least that I take myself through in my head. Billy, your live videos were suggested on my feed. Learned a lot from your previous streams. Would love if you could compile them as shorter videos or even courses. Would love to support. Appreciate it, Billy. Definitely a plan. I've said it on other streams, but this is really just me getting into the habit of getting content on YouTube. So I've got a lot planned for sort of more concise, like videos and courses and that sort of stuff. So definitely stay tuned. And really glad to hear that you've learned some stuff from the previous streams. That's always great to hear. All right, I might take a quick 5-minute break to get some more coffee. But this is coming along. This is slowly getting there. We can, I mean, this is more of a random kind of stream, but we can try some different stuff. Try some different studies. And if you're up for it, feel like just follow along. Feel free. These streams aren't going to be step-by-step sort of stuff though. They're not going to be more, they're going to be less instructional and more just like come hang out while I practice stuff sort of thing, if that makes sense. But as always, happy to answer questions as I go, as best I can. Yeah, getting there. We can do some stuff, but I think this nose could. This beard would have some shine on it. Probably. All right, I'll be back. I'll just save this. What do we save it as? What do you reckon? Let's say sculpture study sesh stream 12th of December 2022. Jesus, the 12th of December. Ay. All right, let me throw in my fancy wording, and I will see you shortly. I'm still here. Welcome. Great to see you. I'm just up on Alf for a sec, getting a cup of coffee, and I will see you shortly. Hello, hello. I don't know if it's been 5 minutes or not, but I can't wait to get back into it. So I don't care. Well, actually, I need a phone charger. 2 seconds. Alrighty. Let's get cracking. I want to get your guys' thoughts on something on the website as well. See what you think. We might do that a bit later. All right, 5-minute break. No more. We're back. And I see some issues. We've got to get some clarity around what this eyebrow is actually doing. Jet, what turned you towards this style of drawing? I enjoy how it's very complex and pseudo-realistic compared to something easier like traditional comic book style or anime art. Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't know, I just sort of mix and match pieces of art from others that I really enjoy. And yeah, it's still evolving. Like there'll be some pieces that I want to do that are like more on the, let's say, ooh, that was nice. I like that. Just a little forehead wrinkle. That looks like it's meant to be there. Sorry. The what was your question? Yeah, I want to experiment with all sorts of styles. So I want to do some more simplified things. I want to do some more of this rendered stuff. 2023 is going to be the year of experimentation and growth and learning and a shit ton of fun. That's the goal, and I hope you guys will come and join me. All right, let's think about this. Maybe the brows can do something like that. Welcome, welcome, Sugar Beats. Logo, this isn't, I'm not looking at my tablet, I'm looking at the screen on this one. I actually prefer it in some ways. The tablet that I've got, I've got an XP Pen, whatever it is, 15 Pro or whatever that my friend gave me. But it's almost, the screen's a little bit too small, so I'd be like hunch over. But I do enjoy the iPad though. The iPad's cool. The iPad's really fun for like being out and about. This needs to be more of a transition. Not sure. Sugar beats. Don't stress yourself. If you want to talk, you go right ahead. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Let's even go back to our reference. Now we're getting more into the details, into the weeds a little bit. Alright, so this is probably going to be a place where we can... Oh, the dogs are coming. Hello. We have Ollie joining us. Enthusiast talk. Hi from Indonesia. Hello, welcome. After years of imagining how it feels drawing with a pen tablet, but too scared to commit to buying it, my dear wife finally gave me a Wacom one as a birthday present. What a wife! That's fantastic. Conrad, hey, greetings from Norway. Love what you're doing, mate. Thank you so much, Conrad. Welcome, my friend. Great to have you. We got people from all over today. Again, I'll say this every bloody stream. I still find it fascinating. We've got so many people from all over the place. Hopping on stream, hanging out, drawing. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. Nice, I'll be here for it. Not trying to limit you to only this style. You just don't see many people outside the industry pursuing this type of drawing. It definitely caught my attention. Oh, nice one. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know why. It just sort of it's an accumulation of other artists, and I guess my background also in realism as well. Trying to mix and match the two. I'd like to do, like, I was thinking about doing an experiment with this style, but with like JC Leindecker's rendering. I think that would be kind of like a cool kind of mashup. Abhishek, where can I get a good friend who can give me a display drawing tablet? I mean, seriously, never lose that friend. Oh, man. Noise Freaks. Hello, guys. New in digital art here. Want to ask something about pen pressure setting on the device. Any advice? Because if I can pick a color and then try to brush it, it's always on the wrong value / color. Really hard to say without actually knowing what you're talking about. I honestly don't change the pressure too much. It's, I mean, I changed it earlier because I wanted it to be a little bit more delicate. Like, for example, if, like, I change, this is an XP pen, right? You change it to soft. If I like barely touch the thing, like I'm literally only like a hair above the tablet, it's doing some stuff, right? But if I bring this back and I bring it like super hard, I'm gonna have to press pretty hard to actually get it to do anything. So this is actually kind of where I want to be, is more on the hard side, because I'm doing more, how would you say, sort of subtle value shifts. Whereas maybe for line work, you might want to change the pressure, but yeah, without knowing your specific scenario or pen tablet or anything like that, it'll be a little bit tricky for me to comment on any of that. Sugar Beats from Ohio. Fancy Ohio. Just like fancy Adelaide. Not too much fancy about, oh, I guess, I don't know. Depends on who you ask. Love JC, we're buds. You're friends with JC Linedecker? Sitgi, hello, hello. Welcome. Zane, I've seen so many of your tutorials online and it showed me a brilliant way to approach drawing. The way you stylize them is fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Glad to hear that you're getting something out of my posts. Always lovely to hear. Alright, I think we can start even knocking into these occlusion shadows even more. To really start to give some depth to this guy. What do we call him? I don't know this guy's name. He's a made-up character. He's like Nigel Thornberry's rugged cousin. Like give him a more of a pronounced kind of divot on his nose. I don't know if I like that. Undo. Noise Freaks, thanks a lot, my pleasure. Jet, you're from New York, fantastic. Looks like an angry farmer. Yep, I can dig that. Yep, that seems about right. The angry farmer. The cool thing is with this, we can then, like if we ever wanted to utilize this for anything else, or this material, like if we were studying this material, any other material really, with this understanding we can translate it onto anything. We can translate it onto a hand, an arm, a figure, absolutely anything. He would look cool with piercings. Maybe I can do a piercing for you, Sugar Beats. Where would make sense? Maybe we do like a... That changes his persona. He's gone from angry farmer to like punk rock, older punk rock dude. Quick smart. And maybe even like... Nah. Maybe we'll leave the piercings off, but good idea. An angry Marshall Vandruff. Oh man. I feel like Marshall's never been angry in his life. Let's call him Grandpa Gucci. Pato is cool. Whoa, what did I just come into? You've come into a study session. I did this study of a material here and I'm trying to replicate it here on this made up character. What to do when you catch someone tracing without leaving credits? Well, like tracing your work? I don't know. I wouldn't even... Like, it's... What's going to be more valuable for your time-wise? Do you think it's going after them or getting annoyed is going to accomplish anything? Or should you just keep creating some cool art, getting your name out there and focus more on that? Because I think those people will they'll get found out, and people aren't silly either. You can kind of tell if it's traced. It's not a hard thing to spot, really. If they're tracing, they won't get far. Exactly right. Like, looks like a Reginald. You know, doesn't he? Reggie. Oh, whenever you say Reggie, I don't know if have you guys seen Legend? Like the twins, the Cray twins. I'd love to draw them again. I'd actually love to do a session trying to draw them. Do you think artificial intelligence will end painting as an art form? No, I don't think it will end painting as an art form. I've got a lot of thoughts on that from the AI standpoint. Whether I want to go into it right now, I don't know. I said a lot on last stream. I said a little bit on last stream. Basically, I think a lot of the potential danger is to people looking to get potentially like studio jobs for a particular like look or feel, which is where to mitigate against that and become more valuable in the marketplace is to diversify your skill set. So learn different styles, skills, learn a bit of 3D, learn some animation, which is where I'm regardless of AI, that's where what I'm doing, because I'm interested in just always sort of learning new things. And B, bugger the marketplace and sort of create your own marketplace, build a following of your own, get people to rally around you as a person, and no AI is going to be able to copy that. And sort of diversify, like try and diversify your income, if that makes sense. But for the foreseeable future, like right now, if we're just purely looking at the quality of the AI stuff, it's really just like pretty pictures. Because it's like, okay, cool, you've got a cool face of something. I'm not saying that it's going to get better, and it's going to get more, like the models are going to get fed more stuff and whatever, but there's also some weird legal things around it. Like it's so many unknowns, and I think anyone that says, "Oh, no, this is how it's gonna be," and blah 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 in the future, no one knows exactly how everything's gonna go. But I'm very much for building, like making your own way, building your own path, building an audience, getting people around your own IP, your own ideas, your own way of doing things, which then makes you unshackled from I guess the traditional get a studio job and sort of work for someone else. But that's just me though. That's my AI art or not. Like this is my plan moving forward regardless. And that's kind of the sentiment that a lot of other artists are having as well around it. Logo car, how to record time lapse of drawing in Photoshop. So here I've got a window up, right? A separate window of this. My brain's gone. File, right? Separate. So you go window, arrange, new window, and new window. Pull it over to the side. Now use screen capture software, whatever you want. You can use OBS. You can use anything that you want. So then, even if I flip here, even if I turn this black and white, this stays the same, and it just updates as I go. So someone's not going to have a bloody epileptic seizure when when you speed this up and I'm flipping back and forth and zooming in and out and doing all that sort of stuff, it's it just sort of keeps it consistent, and that's how I screen record my or do the time lapses for Photoshop. Orkin, thank you for your comments. Yeah, my absolute pleasure. They're just thoughts. Just thoughts. Like, yeah. Jedi Archer BC, hello. Welcome. Zane, Ben, your style is so iconic. An AR company would need to give you royalties if they gobbled up your style into their program. It's... If they did that, there's some weird legal stuff. That's still all up in the air. Like, if I was a studio, I wouldn't touch this stuff with a 10-foot pole. At least not at the moment. And that's why, like, style is going to be less and less important. It's going to be your personality, which is a big part. Like, it's also why I'm what I'm talking about on the podcast, about sort of building an audience, a following. I don't like, there's got to be a better way to say it, like an audience or a following. It's people. It's like you guys, like we're hanging out because we've got like a shared interest. But get people to rally around you as a person and the stuff that you put out, not just because you like your style looks cool. It's like, all right, and it's like even storytelling as well. Getting better at storytelling, which is something that I want to get better at. So there's a lot of different ways to separate yourself, I think, in from the AI art stuff. But it's interesting because I'm across different industries, because I'm a web developer as well. So all the same questions that we're having in the art space, the development and software engineer space is having. Like there's this new thing called GTP, I think GPT, Chat GPT. It's only just recently come out, and it's got a lot of software engineers feeling similar ways as a lot of other artists, like visual artists, are feeling when, say, DALL-E came out, or like Midjourney and all those types of things. Because you can basically just say, hey, write me this app in this language. Bam. And it does it, and it gives you explanations of how and why it made its decisions. It's like super, super advanced. So it's not just our industry, which it can oftentimes feel that way, because we're pretty, like, if you're not looking at other industries or that kind of thing, it can feel like, oh, it's just hitting it's changing up the art industry. It's changing all industries. Like, you think with this GPT, Chat GPT, you've got like copywriters, like people that write sales copy. You can literally just write, hey, write me a sales email or a sales landing page for this particular product in this particular market for this particular user. Boom, done. And it'll just do it. And you can just tweak it and edit it how you want, but oftentimes it comes out pretty bloody good. Like, I can even show you some of this stuff as well. But yeah, it's a fascinating time, and I'm more optimistic about it. I don't like the whole, like, taking the feeding the models from artists without permission. I think that's bullshit. And I think there's going to be some interesting legal stuff going on with that. We'll see. But yeah, lots of thoughts, lots of contradicting thoughts as well. The sad part of this is they are feeding the AI algorithms for free when in reality they could probably be selling their face to that AI art as an asset. Are you talking about all these like recent like AI apps? People are over them already. Like there's only so many like, oh, me as an astronaut, me as a cowboy, me as a whatever the fuck. There's only so much of that before it becomes like lame. And people are like, oh yeah, I've seen this. Same shit. So there's that from the just what's recently come out as well. Man, if you ever commission figures, I'd totally get them. Figures is in like 3D ones. I'm thinking about seeing how to do that, because I would love to get into sculpting 3D models and sculpting my own like drawing tools to get better at stylization and like even just things that I would find helpful for myself. So yeah, that's definitely something in the future. Bad art in good film perspective is good art. Bad art in good film perspective. Yeah, I can agree with that. I wish I can contribute you something like super chat. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Oh shit, we're at 60 concurrent viewers. I think we beat that before. So I can't remember what we were at. We're at 63 maybe. So we were back up there. Maybe it's a time zone thing. Yeah, I don't know how to do super chats and stuff. I think I have to be monetized to do that potentially. And I need 2,000 more watch hours. So if you want to just keep this on in the background while you're sleeping, I'd appreciate it. But yeah, no, I'm getting there quickly. We'll hopefully be monetized in the next month or so. If keep these streams up and they're sort of performing the same way that they are at the moment, which would be cool. How do I save a file in the highest quality? I mean, this is a, what, 2160 by 2700 pixel canvas, and then I just hit save. That's all I do, so I'm not sure if there's any other way to do it or a better way to do it. I'm really not sure. I like that. I like just that little app. Pew pew. It's that little shiny bit. I'm showing it like sort of digging in a little bit. It's funny you mentioned DALL-E. I remember that coming out. Yeah, I know, right? It wasn't that long ago. Logo, you're doing an amazing job. Thank you so much, Logo. That means a lot. Jet, just don't feed the AI your ideas. That's all we have left. If AI can draw better than me, fine. AI will never have my dream journal or memories until I make money off of it first. Exactly. There you go. It would look awesome if you paint it green and transform it into a zombie farmer. Not a terrible idea. Maybe we can sort of do like redo this in like different materials, just like as a study kind of thing. 60 viewers, Abhishek. I know. We're getting there. How big is Jazzit in Australia? I don't know. I'd imagine he'd probably be like maybe that tall. That big? I don't know. Corin Kaiser Stone. Is it Kizarilla? Welcome, my friend. What an honor. Great stuff, dude. We'll have to collab one day on a class. That sounds fantastic, man. Big fan, big fan. Go check out his stuff. It's funny. You just see avatar names. They're just like little avatars. You don't it's sometimes hard to put two and two together, but no, that's awesome. Kizarilla, go check him out. Let me just, what have we got? Browser, look at this. And I forgot to add the audio onto that scene, so my apologies. But go check out Kizarilla. Kizarilla, I think. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Zane, what's something that always reinvigorates you in making art? Oh, looking at others' artwork. Really, that's pretty much it. He's farming brains. Yeah, that could be it. That could be fun. So cut his head off. That could be interesting. Meanwhile, taller than Ben. Well, I don't know how tall Jazza is. I don't know. I'm 6'4", I think. 6'4", 6'3", 6'4", depending on the day and or the shoes. Logo car. Zane, that's really tall. Imagine. All right, back on task. Corin, thanks for the love, dude. DM me up on Instagram. Let's creatively chit the chat. Sounds great, dude. Definitely will. Appreciate you stopping by. All right, how are we looking here? How are we looking? Well, this can kind of be, because I'm looking at this plane here, right? What's making this shiny? All right, what? Imagine if this plane was a mirror, right? And the light source is up here somewhere, up here. If there was other planes that were mirrors, what would actually reflect that light source? That's what I'm thinking about. Like, I think this would actually be brighter. I don't know if it would reflect. Dazzling action. Hardest anatomy part to draw. It really depends on the viewpoint, right? Some may say the hand, but I mean, if you draw the hand like that, it's not too difficult. If you draw the hand like that, or like this, it's more difficult. Same with any body part, right? So it really depends. Really depends. Sorry, annoying answer. But it's the truth. That's why I like to think about anatomy in simple terms first, so then I can break it down and make everything feel more well, not, it allows me to wrap my head around things a little bit easier. Let's not have this Christmas music. I have nothing against Christmas, I just cannot stand Christmas music. I don't know why. Maybe I've had a bad experience in my childhood or something. I've got no clue. Just Christmas music, just not for me. Logo car. Why is Australia so beautiful? I don't know. I love it though. It's where I was born and raised in Adelaide, Australia. Absolutely love it. I highly recommend you come visit. Oh no, actually, Logo, you're coming, aren't you? Did you mention that? I think you did mention that you're coming for your studies. Dazzling, more about rotations than anatomy. More about forms, simplified forms than anatomy. Because I don't know the names of all the muscles in the body, nor do I really have the interest in trying to figure it all out. It'll happen probably naturally as I get more familiar with them, but I'd rather be able to draw a sphere and cylinders and cubes and sort of start with them and draw them in any angle, rather than have like a medical level knowledge of all the insertions and the muscle groups and that kind of thing. Zane, stylization or realism, which do you lean more towards? Stylization as of late. As of late, as in like the last, I don't know how many, year and a half. Or stylized realism, there you go. Meanwhile, I discovered something recently that I want to share with you guys. All right. Go for it, as long as it's appropriate. I mean, we can just render this guy up all day long. Oh, interesting, meanwhile. That's very interesting. You like to play drum? Yeah, I'm learning. I'm sort of teaching myself how to play drums. I know guitar, so I'd give myself a bit of a challenge. It has been bloody good fun. Elliot, welcome. Very late. These look awesome. Thank you. Not late. It's maybe I'm too early. Nivi, the salmon. Hi, welcome. Pablo, have you tried Nomad Sculpt? It's very easy to learn. I use it in my iPad. It's a very good option to start 3D sculpting. 100%. Yeah, I've got it on iPad. It is pretty damn good. It's like surprisingly good at what it can do on an iPad. I find some artworks by him that I never have seen before. Yeah, right, okay. Interesting. Find some artwork. Sorry, Elliot, I just started learning guitar. Are you self-taught? I took lessons in primary school. And then a few lessons here and there in high school, but predominantly like, I guess self-taught, more or less. I mean, I don't know how to read music, so yes, very self-taught. I used to just sit and watch others play, figure out how to play what they're playing, and sort of went from there. Which is kind of what I'm doing with drums. I'm just having fun with it. Let's lighten this up a little bit. I mean, I don't know if I'm getting too finicky with this or if we should move on. I don't know. I'm having fun, so I've got no intention of stopping anytime super soon. Chris Designer, could you please consider an iPad stream drawing once? Yeah, I definitely will. I definitely will. I haven't gotten around to it just yet, but it's definitely on the cards. But a lot of these same principles are just, you can use them for Procreate on the iPad. They're very similar. Jeremy, FPV. Hello, Ben. Hello, Jeremy. Welcome. I'm doing a 3D sculpting from your monk drawing. I will finish it today. Can I tag you on Instagram to show you the result? I would love for you to do that. Was that following Shane's one on ZBrush? Because he did that as well. And that would be a bloody big coincidence if you both did that at the same time, because that's a bit of an older one. Can you make his eyes beautiful, like pretty eyelashes and glitter? No. I want to keep them not pretty and not glittery because it's clay. But I do appreciate the suggestion, Abhishek. Let's clean up some of these shapes. Make sure it's still making sense to the light source. All right, let's fix this ear up. What's feeling off about this ear? That's gonna actually, light source coming from above the ear, it kind of come down similar to that. That feels a bit better. I didn't know that actually. This is the old monk with very geometric shapes and orange suit. Oh, no way! What a coincidence. That's crazy. Yeah, let me just show you quickly. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah, it would be a pretty big, it's a pretty big coincidence. Because I believe, yeah, Shane. Shane was doing one of my, this one. He was having some fun sort of sculpting that out. Which is pretty funny. Man, you're funny today, since the beginning. Maybe I'm just getting, being more myself, being a little bit looser, getting used to the streaming. I'm not as uptight. I am who I am, it is what it is. Thun Guns Pro Ben is famous. No, I don't think so. Seen that monk one too. So awesome, man. Thanks, Zane. Appreciate it. Penthusiast, you just got yourself one new sub from me. It seems that you don't post regular video other than shorts. Is there a fixed schedule for the live stream? Not currently, as I've said quite a few times. Appreciate your sub as well. It means a lot. I'm just trying to get into the habit of posting this longer form content, and the easiest way to do that for me is just to turn on the camera and live stream. So I'll be posting some more of these live streams around probably 12 p.m. ACDT, so Australian Central Daylight Time, every other day, or most. I'm trying to aim for like 3 to 4 days a week. Just turning the camera on and working. So yeah, and then eventually I'll be transitioning into doing more longer form content and having some fun playing around with more polished content like YouTube videos, and cutting up parts from the stream that sort of I think would be valuable. So yeah, it's just a big old experiment. Dude, I did that in Blender without knowing. That's crazy. That's pretty cool though. Yeah, definitely tag me, man. That'd be cool to see. That's awesome, because I'm a beginner, so I don't get the likeness, so I could watch the ZBrush tutorial. Yeah, that's it. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Let's have a look. I think it could definitely do with a little bit more rounding of the forms. So if we maybe come in with like a multiply layer, which just dark, when I say multiply it, when I see the multiply layer, I just think darken stuff down, right? So we could come in with the multiply layer and just add in some more dimension there. Right, and maybe like a little bit of dimension there. Maybe, we'll merge that down. Scoop out that ear a little bit. Sounds gross. Let's do some overlay stuff. Make it a little bit more red. Maybe we actually cool the shadows down a little bit like we did over here. So we'll cool the shadows down a tad. Just adding a little bit of blue with the overlay layer. Never got that dark, so maybe we have to lighten that up a tad. Like the occlusion shadows. Or we say bugger it. It's our thing. And I'm just talking to myself at the moment. Jeremy, I'm in love with your style. Your drawings are very sculptural. We really see the forms. Thanks so much. Thank you. Yeah, I like to go more of a structural approach to my drawings. Zane, I know it's trendy, but maybe run a poll and do some fan art. Would love to see some Pokemon in your style. Hey man, I'm definitely not opposed to doing fan art. It's part of a strategy to get seen more. Definitely not opposed, so that sounds good to me. Thumb Guns Pro. Been doing self-portraits recently to understand head form, finding it helpful to construct the eyeball with sphere, kind of souls having eyes looking the same, 100%. That's what I do with the eyes. I try and think of them as spheres. Always thinking of them as little spheres sitting in the eye sockets. It really, really helps out. All right, I'm kind of over this guy. He's done his job. was never meant to be a fully rendered kind of thing. All right, cool. So, not crazy happy with it, but what did I learn? I think what I'm not crazy about is the actual eyes. The silhouette is off. It doesn't make logical sense. So this eyebrow should actually jut forward even more. So let's just see if I can quickly fix that to make it feel a little bit more in line with reality. Yeah, that was probably what it was missing. It was just a little bit, it looked a little bit lopsided. I'd almost like, I don't want to be noodling with this for too long, but have some, you often see this, like the very, as if it's like a, like stuck on sort of beard sort of thing, like as if it's a toy. What I like to do even is just do a few stray beard hairs. Maybe, just to change it up a little bit. Add a few layers to the forms, maybe. I don't know, that looks silly. Maybe that looks silly. I'm not going to spend the time to dick around with that. Dazzling favorite Pokemon. I'm a basic bitch. I like Charizard. Actually, I like Charmander. I like all the basic ones, like the Charmander, Squirtle. Yeah, I'm basic. Now add bodies to them. Oh, swag. You should draw Harry Potter glasses on this old man. Ooh, yeah, he is Palpatine. He is Palpatine. Okay, let's draw some quick glasses. I do enjoy adding accessories. I think we need to throw in, so that's what was missing, a bit of this reflected light that I keep going on about. I think just on the underside here. There we go. Looks a little bit better. All right. Here, I'll fix this. There we go. Now I can see. All right. What kind of glasses? What do we reckon? What do we reckon? Let's just put a placeholder. Now it looks like he's got a mole. That's all right. We can fix that. But I think maybe something thicker. Like here's the bridge of the glasses. But see, it's all in perspective. We're not just going like, oh, put some bloody glasses on him. We want it to make sense also from how it would connect. Do we do like, yeah, I like the feel of this, sort of lower down. a little bit skew with. And I love putting glasses on people. It just looks cool. Bloody had a coffee as well. Whatever will I do? I had 3 cups today. I gotta not have any more. That'll do, that'll do. What I'm thinking about though is like imagining, let's see if we can wireframe this nose, okay? So I'm imagining that, okay, cool, this nose is here, but there's another side to this nose, right? So if we even simplify it even more into this kind of shape, there's going to be somewhere around there maybe is where the other side of the nose is going to be, approximately, right? We've got this giving us a landmark of where it's getting stuck to this sort of side of the nose. So a similar thing is going to have to be happening on that side. This then wraps around and kind of connects. And that's what I'm thinking about. It's all based on sort of the perspective. So here, this would actually, if we're following that logic, would actually follow up a little bit higher and sort of come down around about there, and it all kind of fits together. And if we turn him upside down, does anything look off? This is another thing I like to do that's, I don't know how many other people do it. I'm sure a few do. But just seeing it from a completely different perspective. So this guy's gone back in space, so it's got to match up on the other side. There we go. I mean, he's a clay guy with some random glasses on now, but yeah, that's a good point. The lenses aren't the same. I'm not trying to be super accurate with it though. We could do the whole finding the I'm just eyeballing it at the moment. I'm not super concerned. That's fine. And this guy will probably come in a little bit closer. Then if we wanted to put glass in there, then we could say, okay, this is a glass. There, on top. Underneath maybe, and then it's kind of reflecting down, I don't know. Super quick. Yeah, I don't know. Something's off about him, but it is what it is. What a smart looking clay fella. Yeah, no, you're right with fun guns. But you're right though, there's something off about the perspective. There definitely is. But I don't have the energy to fix it. Something about, yeah, this needs to, we need to see a little bit more of this side of the face. Yeah, remove this stuff. Yeah, and then you can even have like, how it's kind of, maybe he's an older gentleman and he's got the sort of string hanging down. I don't know, or it sort of comes down around the back. I don't know. So you can do all sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. Just by understanding a bit of perspective, and this is why I find it so fun. You just do whatever you want to do. Another thing that could also help sell it is because we need a little bit of this background like the other guy. And maybe, just maybe, go color. Bit of color variation in there, never hurt anyone. And knock it back a bit. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Alright, so that was a little study session 1. Probably do another one for another couple of hours. I should really take warm up off because I mean this is at this stage it's been what, 4 hours, so yeah, definitely not a warm up. Warm up for life. Let's have a look. Jeremy, I love when you describe your approach to stylize from references. You could definitely do a course online on that, or ebook or something. I just discovered you recently, but your content is gold. Appreciate you, Jeremy. I do have a tutorial that's like a walkthrough with an ebook, but it's not so much a course, which I'm sort of working on at the moment. So if that does interest you, hop over onto my Gumroad. It's in the description if you do want to check that out. I'm a fan of the pink Pokemon. What a smart looking clay fella. Jeremy, nice glasses. He looks like a terrifying teacher. He does, doesn't he? You know what he reminds me of? Have you seen Whiplash? Like the drum movie? He looks like the guy. I mean, he doesn't have a beard. He's bald and everything, but he reminds me of that guy. Abhishek, adding glasses suddenly made him a very strong character. Yep. Zane, you're a magician, man. Love how you materialize whatever people suggest and make it real. Yeah, it's just, it's funny. It's all an illusion. It's all just a fun little illusion. Cinema, it's good, thank you. You're wearing a Puiji hat? I've got no idea. This is from Cotton On, which is just like a cheap shop. This was like $5, so probably not. Ben Eblin Alchemy. Ooh, that's another handle. Awesome. Thank you, Jeremy. Meanwhile, that ebook is worth every cent. I appreciate you. So glad to hear it. All right, what else should we do? I don't know. I feel like doing something else. I feel like doing. Sam, this definitely could go in the World of Warcraft. Huh. That's cool. That's cool. I'm not... Maybe I need to be more cultured from a cultured standpoint. I don't even know what World of Warcraft would even... Like, I don't know. I'm just not familiar with a lot of stuff. Draw Cassius Clay as Clay. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. I think I'm done with the clay stuff. So today's a day of study, right? So maybe I wonder, or exaggerate an Austin Powers movie frame. Orkin, I love Austin Powers, by the way. The final result is really beautiful. Thank you, Orkin. Yeah, I don't know. There's lots of... He's just like, excuse me. You were saying? Yeah, he just was really pissed off. Draw shiny Charizard. Speaking of, right? Sorry, I'm gonna show you the browser. Now, this is a website I'm working on. Okay. If you notice, actually no, it won't happen here. Damn. Let me. If I restart. All right, is this gonna work? Watch the eyes. Damn it! Oh, there we go. Keep watching the eyes. Bam, bam. So I got that working yesterday. I've also got, you say like shiny. I figured out how to do this kind of thing. So procrastination, 100% procrastination, but I don't know, I'm just having fun coding this up, figuring out how to do that. But yeah, that just reminded me of how you're saying do the Charizard shiny. How about a colored light study? Simple forms with awesome bounce light. Yeah, cool. Sounds like a plan. Colored light study. For that, let's go to Pinterest. Let's pray that we don't get any nudity. Actually, I'm going to do it off, like, you're just going to see me here for the moment. Because, yeah, Pinterest can be pretty saucy. Let's have a lighting studies. Colored light. Colored light. All right, so I might just so I'm looking at, I'm trying to keep this interesting as I'm just looking at Pinterest, but colored light paintings maybe, or photography. There we go. We might go colored light photography. Then we can try and use that light source to put on maybe a sphere first, and then a character, maybe like a more painterly character. Could be fun. Could be fun if I don't take forever trying to find this. Actually, I might just do daylight to give an example of the blue skylight. Daylight photography. and then we can get cracking doing some of that. Okay, it's harder than I thought to get daylight for like lighting. Daylight, sunshine, photography. This should be fine. I'll show you what I'm looking at. There shouldn't be any nefarious things in here. Let's have a look. I'm looking for this kind of thing, but out. Oh, you can't see my mouse. I'm looking for like this one here, this kind of thing, but outdoorsy. More outdoors. Sunshine photography midday. Maybe. Cannot find any saved. Oh, I'm looking at saved pins. You nuff. All pins, thank you. What on earth? Sunrise, evening photography, daylight photography, midday. Come on, give me something. Give me something. You know what? It's taking too long. I am going to invent it myself. Wish me luck, everyone. Wish me luck. Okay, let's start. I'm just going to do it somewhere over here. There we go. We're back. Let's build our logic. Right, let's build it with a sphere. We're going to have a white sphere, let's say, a grey sphere. All right, so it's going to be a day in daylight. Maybe I'll do like a character face in daylight with like half of the face in shadow. There we go. Very clean website. Appreciate it, man. Primal website's looking pretty good. Thank you. Yeah, there was more down further, but it'll get there. What time is it? It's 6:12 p.m. Did you ever render a honeypot? No, I don't think so. I have a few Pinterest boards to share with you when we connect that could be useful to you. Definitely, man. Definitely. They look like they're in the middle of snow. Nuff. Is that an Aussie word? It is. You absolute nuff. Like you idiot. I guess that's an Aussie word. I don't know. I guess it is. I'm an Aussie and I use it. So you absolute bloody nuff. You nuffy. That's what you can call someone that's an idiot. But I'm not sure if that's like very, very well known, or if it's just me. Okay. So let's add a plane. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Let's crack open Blender, right? And then we'll use Blender to study the light, and then we can do the character, and then I'll have dinner because by that time I'll be bloody hungry. All right, let's learn a new word. Australia. Yeah, that's it. We're looking in Australia, mate. Let's crack open Blender and pray to the technical lords that my computer doesn't shit itself. Okay. So let's give this a whirl, shall we? Delete the default cube. I'm going to add a mesh, a plane, scale that bad boy up. Okay. Amy just joined. Stuff looks cool. Thanks, Amy. Nuff Newfie. I don't know what a Newfie is. Raina. Dang, this is exciting. I know. You're telling me. I love this shit. Alright, mesh. UV sphere. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright. This is, yeah. This is a course I want to do eventually. 2D artists have got to learn 3D. It's so useful. And this is free. Like, how fucking nuts is that? Alright. So we got a sphere on a plane. Let's imitate a blue light. Like a blue skylight. Right, so let's come here. Where's my lights? Where's my lights? Show me lights. Lights, like add light. Area light. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, a big area light, right? Let's get rid of this point light. Okay. Now, you'll see here, it's very diffuse, very big, very diffuse light, right? Let's change it to a kind of blue color. So it's not going to be perfect. But let's say that this is... it's more purple. Let's go more on the blue spectrum. Let's see that this is like our pseudo blue skylight. All right. Now, what we want to do is simulate the sun. Whoa. So we've got the area light. Let's add another light source. Add light, sun. Where did I put the sun? Hello. Where? Bear with me, people. Let's go the sun. Okay. Oh, it's here. Getcha. All right, now let's throw it at an angle. Okay. Let's ramp up the light. Now this is a good good explanation of how you can get blue in the shadows. All right, so let me throw it, because this is using Eevee as the renderer, which is kind of like not the best. Fingers crossed, computer don't explode. Okay. So we've got a lot of bounce light here, so I'm just gonna remove that plane. Now check this out, right? If we shade this smooth, you see that we've got, this is kind of simulating the sun, right? But we've got this blue in here. You can clearly see this is a shadow, right? But the reason the blue is here is because of the diffuse blue skylight. But the power of the sun is overpowering that, so it makes it look like a shadow. You take the sun away and you've got the diffused blue light, then you've got the diffused shadow underneath of just nothingness. Like if we just made the world in a vacuum, whoops, and it's just nothing. Right, and if we, so we've got the sun. Let's say we remove the blue skylight. So now this looks very like space age, right? Why have we got this little reflected light here? Well, we've got the plane down here still. Even though it's that far away, it's going to reflect light still. But then we take the plane away. Ta-da, we got the freaking moon. Right? We've got the moon. Because it's in a vacuum, there's no reflected light. So basically, if you can see stuff within the shadows, that means there's some sort of light source that's making it available to see. If that makes sense. Right? I hope that makes sense. That's a fair enough point for me to say if that makes sense, because it can get a bit confusing. So if we throw the plane back in, boom, we've got that underlight. So I've just toggled it on and off here on the side. So take the plane away, you can't see anything in the shadow. You bring the plane back, we suddenly can see a little bit in the shadow side, right? And that's why like a core shadow is kind of an illusion. It's not, there is no core shadow without the reflected light. So you could say, here's the core shadow, right? But it's not a thing, like the core shadow isn't a thing, it's the result of reflected light. Let me see if I can make the sun a little bit less harsh. That's all right. We could even simulate it with like an area light, but I hope this is making sense. So this is what I'm going to be working with. So now we've got the simulated blue skylight. Imagine that this is a bright sunny day. Maybe we can make the sun a little bit warmer instead of just stark white. But then you can even see, okay, what it would look like at sunset. So this might be more of a something in sunset. See, we're used to seeing things like this maybe in sunset because you've got the warm light of the sun coming through and you've got the blue light of all the whole massive blue diffuse skylight that's sort of making all the shadows look blue. So this is what we can use and utilize to make times of day look like different times of day and that kind of thing. So this is the I guess the main principle of what I'm trying to do. And it takes a while to wrap your head around this sort of stuff. At least it took me a while. So then if we come here and we bring this guy up, you look at what the color of that shadow, this drop shadow, is going to be. It's going to be blue. Because we take the sun away, that whole thing is blue. The shadow is just the absence of light. All right. So that being said, this is not a light lecture, but I get excited about this stuff, so forgive me, please. Let's see, instead of doing the sun's a little bit harsh. Maybe we take the sun away. Take the sun away. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Take the sun away. Now we go to light. Let's do maybe a point light. Let's grab it. Now we've got all our things back. This is a pretty weak point light, right? A point light meaning it's just coming from one point. So we can maybe do something like this. All right, so this is what I'm talking about with the core shadow, right? See how this shadow, if you squint your eyes, it looks like it's darker. When in reality, this bottom is lighter because of that reflected light. You take away this plane, again, there's no core shadow. It just goes darker and darker and darker. So that was a big aha moment for me. But let's see if we can maybe use this lighting setup. Maybe we can add some rim lights as well. Let's do a spotlight. Throw it behind. And now jack up the intensity. All right, now we've got a rim light. And that's what I'm trying to replicate when I'm doing rim lights, is if a light is coming from the like behind. All right, so you can see the rim light here. but it's gotta make sense in relation to the other lights. See, that's without the point light, or the key light, let's call it. All right, so cool. 10K views on the Wednesday video. Holy shit. I didn't realize that. That's awesome. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to render this. I'm going to do a cheat. I'm going to scale this up. For some reason, this gives me like early day Toy Story vibes. I don't know why. Just like, I think seeing the behind the scenes a little bit of Toy Story on the DVD or whatever, I just get like, it's just like, ooh, this is kind of in the same realm as what the Pixar guys kind of would use, maybe. All right, so I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. Bada bing. Back to Photoshop. Drag that into Blender. Now we've got some reference, right? Let us continue. Orkin, this is a beautiful lesson. Oh, thank you. Oh, I hope it's interesting. Ever think of shadows as loops? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Are you talking about like in the programming sense, or wow, I just came back and now you're in Blender? Awesome. Yeah. I'm just doing a little demo. What is a fill light? Is it the same as bounce light? Well, fill light could be anything. It can be like an artificial fill light where it's just sort of like just filling in the shadows a little bit. It could be a bounce light. I guess the names are really just what people call them. They're really just all sorts of lights. So you've got a key light here. There's this bounce light, I guess, is acting like a fill light because it's reflecting up into the shadows. And then you've got this sort of rim light or kick light that sort of brings it out of the background. So let's get our sphere that we made before we went on to the old Blenderoo. Do you prefer 3D stuff or digital painting? I like them both. I think they work hand in hand. Right? I couldn't understand this stuff without understanding the principles behind, not necessarily 3D stuff, but the principles behind light and that kind of thing. So I find them both very, very fun. So let's see if we can replicate this first, and then we might do a simplified character or something to wrap up the session. So let's just make this white. Let's then, with our understanding of the blue, let's also throw in the plane here, or some sort of base for us to throw that shadow on top of. All right. So let's come back here. Let's be really simple with our thinking. All right. We've got that there. Maybe this comes down a little bit. And then we've got our shadow, which is around about there, let's say. Right, looks wonky. That's all right. We can always fix that later. I'm just trying to get a similar angle going. Okay, this is a good start. This gives us some structure and something to sort of hold on to, and I reckon I'll move everything over actually. Give me a little bit of room. All right, let's go there, let's go here, bada bing, bada boom. All right, and this kind of gradates out. because it's a point light. Okay. Now behind this we can even throw in like a darker, because it's black behind the sphere. So this is all study stuff, right? This is all, it's not pretty pictures, it's not anything like that, but it's the understanding that gets me all excited about this stuff. What it unlocks, the potential that it unlocks is endlessly fascinating to me. All right, so, and you'll notice some key things. This here isn't as bright as the brightest light up here, because it's a point light and there's a thing called fall off. It's not going to be as bright, the floor, but it's still going to be bright enough to see the difference. You'll see some sort of gradient. Alright, so back to the sphere. Let's grab a airbrush, soft round. Now this is more blue, this is more purple over here. That doesn't matter, the principles are still the same. Literally just a simple airbrush, rounding out the forms. Rounding them out. Alright, now the temptation may be to make this darker in here, but I would suggest starting with creating that bounce light. See how that just picks it up? And then it automatically makes that that core shadow. Then we can come through. We can darken it down though. There's nothing wrong with darkening it down if we want to, sort of really push that core shadow. But it's, as long as we understand that principle of why it's even there, then we'll be alright. Let's make this the brightest bright. Oh my god. Apologies for the puppies. Very naughty. We'll add in that kick light. And now we've kind of replicated more or less in a very short amount of time, just with a bit of that understanding, what's going on with the lighting setup. Then when we create our own shapes, these dogs, I tell you what. When we create our own shapes, we can use the same logic. Alright, so this is, I mean, the ball's all wobbly and whatever, but alright, so say if we wanted to make, sorry, I'm just going to close the door, the dogs are going crazy. Let's say, what's cool as well is you can make this shiny pretty quickly. Now we've got like a really shiny ball, just like that. Or you've got a little bit less shiny ball, but it's like, takes a bit of finessing, but and then it's like cool. Now it's like a super shiny ball. It just gives it a really good base just to start thinking of in the more matte finish of things. So let's use this. Let's add this guy in here as a study tool. All right, so maybe I'll do like a simplified character, or does it have to be a character, or could it be like a hand or something? There's a lot I want to change about this, but that's okay. Let's just leave it as is. It's fine. What could I do? Let's try. Let's just sketch. Let's just sketch something out instead of sitting here trying to figure out what I'm going to do. All right, we want it simple because I don't want to be here for a month of Sundays trying to render something out. I don't know what I'm doing. I've got no idea. I don't know. I've got no clue. Kirby is basically a ball. I'm doing like the human version of Kirby. Just a quick something that we could add dimension to. What a creepy looking guy. This gives me like very Max Grecke kind of vibes. All right. So maybe we just want an indication of where some of these forms are going to go. So maybe this sort of comes in a little bit. Shadow there. All right, whatever. shadow's going to be here. So if we're using this same light source, all right, let's try and just do it in black and white to begin with, or just even just with values, or just like with this pencil. All right, so where is that terminator going to be? It's going to be pretty much along here, more or less. Well, maybe I'll do that on a separate layer. So where's my music gone? That's what I want to know. And we're back. Bloody Nora. All right. Let's go. All right. So all right, and this nose is a mini sphere. All right, and it's going to cast a shadow. These lips are going to kind of cast a shadow on the teeth. The eyes are going to be pretty much in light. Maybe these eye sockets might not be. These ears are going to cast shadows. This almost gives me what you call it, like Ren and Stimpy kind of vibes. I don't know why. Alright, so this is going to cast a pretty dark shadow as well. Alright, so let's add another layer, and this is where like time saving can come in. This is just a screen layer. So I can just come in and start painting in some of the highlights. So let's say the eyes are going to be mainly in light. They're still going to have some gradation because they're a curved form. Right, same as the nose. See you later, Thung Guns. Great to have you. Zane, the nice Asaro head on the shelf. Thank you. It was a gift. Many a year ago. From many a year ago. Can you teach me 3D, Senpai? Yeah, definitely, eventually. I'm thinking about doing a 3D for 2D artists sort of course in the new year. So be on the lookout for that. There's a great course from Nathan Folks. Yeah, Nathan's great on schoolism. Definitely worth checking out. Definitely worth checking out. even, yeah, let's group all these into, what happened there? Oh, yeah. Bugger. That's alright. All I've got to do is go like this. Go around it. Fill it with blue. Then we do that and we get rid of everything else and then we continue. No stress. All right, we can even make this shadow more on the blue side. Did you read James Gurney's book Color and Light to learn about lighting? James Gurney's book Color and Light is absolutely fantastic. Highly recommend it. I've learned it from all over the place. There's not sort of necessarily one resource that I'm like, that's where I learned it from. That's why I recommend, even as I've mentioned, learning from a bunch of different teachers. Get ideas from everyone, because there's going to be a way that certain people, different people will explain things differently. All right, and some of it's going to click better for you, while that same person could click better for someone else. But yeah, no, that book's fantastic. Highly, highly recommend it. Just going through, thinking about this lighting setup, slowly building up the values, thinking about where like different forms will be. I mean, it was creepy as hell. Don't know why he turned out this way, but he did. So, don't know what to tell you. Can even give him a little like mustache. Creepy little dude. I feel like he's got good intentions though. He reminds me of the penguin from Madagascar, but like this stupid penguin. Rainer, I'm considering downloading Blender again. I've tried it for 1 week, but I didn't know how to use it too well, even with tutorials. Yeah, there is definitely a learning curve to 3D tools. It definitely is. I felt that frustration. He looks like Mr. Incredible under LSD. Oh, nice one. Because this has a black background, let's give this one a black background, or like a darker background, so we can match. It's giving me creepy vibes, man, but we've come too far. Maybe we give this guy glasses as well. So from afar, this is reading like 3D forms. Maybe we kick his neck out even further so we can get a nice drop shadow from the ear. Alright, so we're also got to take into account the rim light. Super shiny looking. It's creepy as fuck, but also very fun. The video was very educational for shading. Awesome, glad to hear it. Orkin, I recommend Cynic's design on YouTube also 100%. Cynic's is fantastic. Ahmen, that was amazing, Ben. Thank you for all the tips in this lesson. My absolute pleasure. My absolute pleasure. Again, this is really a lesson. Like, I would like to go deeper into these kinds of things. It's more of just a real brief sort of here. Get it done. But appreciate you nonetheless. Prathav, is an iMac good enough for basic 3D work? I mean, this is an iMac. It's an older iMac, and it's doing very basic 3D work. It's given me enough to play around with sculpting. But yeah, give it a shot. Download Blender and give it a whirl. Now he looks like a creepy French server in a traditional French cafe. There we go. I like that. All right, he's getting a bow tie. The name of this design is Luigi, Italian Shrek. Nice one. All right, he's getting a bow tie, so he's going to be wearing a dress shirt. So even with the dress shirt, even though we're being silly, this has to make sense in 3 dimensions. Yeah, what do they wear? What do... Is that right? So, somewhat what they wear. That's what this guy's wearing, so... All right, merge them all down. So there's on one layer. Clean up these shapes. But even though this is like a silly character, we can make him make sense in the scene, right? Yeah, this is very Max Grecke. I've accidentally just gone full Max Grecke and I'm fucking loving it. Italian Shrek. Zane, Max does the craziest head shapes. I know. I love his shape. Just his shapes. Oh, he's awesome. Seems like being caught between laughing and fear. Yeah, he's like, can I help you? Yeah, he's like crazy. Man's an egg. Certainly is. Show your stylus. There you go. Bulldog's eyes. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Amy, how's your day going? Yeah, well, anytime I can sit down and draw, it's a good day. What about yours, Amy? How's your day doing? drawing anymore. This is I'm having fun with it though. God knows what it's turning into. Why don't you buy a gaming comfortable chair? Because if I was going to buy a chair, it would probably be a more ergonomic one, like a Herman Miller or something like that. And they're bloody expensive, so. Now we can even just slap some color on him. Maybe we do. Let's try multiplier. Jesus, creepy as shit right now. I liked them all as just the other color. That's alright, we'll fix it up. You think this could be in the world of Wednesday? Yeah, possibly. Very, very possibly. Let's hit some of these gums. Alright, group it, don't know if I like it, but let's just continue to paint. You can add in some highlights. I could be, wouldn't a Zorro mask go well with this drawing? Oh, that, all right, let's do that. Once I got the, I'm not going to render this up to a super high degree, but let's try that after. I'm gonna have nightmares about this bloke. Have you watched the Walking Dead series? I haven't actually. Lovely late afternoon dogs. I know, lovely. I don't know if that's the right word. Stream going well. Have you ever painted any Zelda characters? Yeah, stream's going well. Well, having fun with it. I haven't painted any Zelda characters. That could be one to do. Would you approach a full illustrated background the same way? The whole foreground, midground, background kind of confuses me a little. No, I think I'd approach it a little bit differently. I want to start doing a little more sort of full background pieces with characters in them and that kind of stuff. So I'm not entirely sure how I'd tackle that. I'll let you know. What is the song playlist, please? So this is on Epidemic Sound. It's not so much a playlist. I've just gone into hip hop, and this is called Sunrise in Elborn by Matt Large. Why do I feel like this guy's name is Guido? I don't think this guy knows his name. Yeah, he's got like a, yeah, he's like, yeah. Yeah, he's, Guido, maybe, maybe he's like Ronnie Flounders or something like that. 'Cause he looks like a fish. Nice one, Sam. Because he has an Italian character vibe, yeah, definitely. Pierrot. It could be the mustache. I think it's the mustache. And I'm here for it. Let's do the old upside down trick. See what we're missing. The bottom eyelids going up, always giving a crazy vibe. Yeah, I like playing around with the bottom eyelid. We can even accentuate that just a tad more. And protruding eyeballs, yep, definitely. That definitely gives the crazy vibes. You see how this top lip though I'm making like a plane? And even this lip, this bottom lip. Nice one, Sam. I don't know that, but I'm doing my English translation with the help of AI. I love that the bots are getting some love. I do wonder how often they get clicked on though. No, let's not go that far. I'm having way too much fun with this guy. Favorite character in The Office? Ooh. That's a tricky one. That's a very tricky one. You can't have The Office without Dwight. I think he's so just everything about it revolves around a lot about him. So I'd probably say Dwight. He gives me the most laughs. What about you, Sam? What do you reckon? What's your favorite character? Imagine if Juggernaut took off his mask and this face is underneath. Oh man, imagine. All right, catch you later, Jeremy. Oh, catch you later, Jeremy. You have a good one. We'll hopefully see you in the next one. Definitely Creed. Oh, he's fantastic. He's really, really good. I love Creed. I love it when he thanks so much, Jeremy. All right, I'll see you in the next one, and I'll throw the Zorro mask on him before I leave, just for you. Yeah, Sam, I love it when Creed. Maybe we can do like some Office characters in the next stream or something, or like in a stream. That'll be funny as. I think it was the self-defense class, and then it's like, never mind. I won't go into it because there's probably a lot of people that haven't seen The Office. There's no point. But yes, Creed is fantastic. You too, Jeremy. You have a good one. Please do a stylized version of Dwight. That's not a bad idea, Jeremy. That is a fantastic bloody idea. Alright, I'm getting pretty close to being over this guy. There was no plan. I didn't sign up for this. Nor did you guys. So my deepest apologies. Alright, we've got to start cracking with the Zorro mask on him. What does a Zorro mask look like again? I want it to be like comical though. Even with this stuff, right? This is all going back into perspective. I'm doing a bit of guesswork, but it's got some logic behind it. Right, I zoom out and it sort of has some logic, even though it is really silly. Alright, Zorro mask to wrap it all up, to bring this to a finale. Let's check it out. Zorro mask. Okay. Alright. Okay. I don't need much reference for that. Let's go. Sam, oh, he's fucking fantastic, Creed. All right, let's try a Zorro mask. Let's give it a whirl. Maybe we need to lighten the background just a tad. Whoa. Did not see that coming. All right. Let's maybe do this and then group, then duplicate, then merge, then lighten it. Maybe. Ta-da. Cool. All right. I feel like I've lost a little bit of something. Did I lose anything? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Actually, no, it would be... All right, Zorro mask, let's go. I kind of want it to be on him like haphazardly. Someone just hopping onto this stream. Oh, what the fuck is going on? I don't know. Can't tell you. I have no explanation. It is what it is. This is art. This is what true art is all about. Then we go, hello. Let's make this feel more realistic. Even this dark material is going to be affected by the light. Now, where's the Zorro mask? Let's just get this up here. So it's like a full. All right, we have a Zorro mask, but it's not finished. Don't even think, we're not even talking about that. We need shadows on the face. We need some thickness to this mask. We need all sorts of stuff. We need help. That's what we need. Professional help. All right, so let's go underneath here. That's and I'm adding a multiply layer. This guy, I tell you what. Alright, now this needs to have some thickness. Maybe this cuts in. The nose cuts in a little bit there. I love how much care and attention I'm taking on this Zorin mask. Alright, now let's just merge it all down and actually let's do that. There we go. Oops, sorry, I've been neglecting chat. Dude, how long is this stream? I've been playing this on the background while I'm working, and now it's my time to go home already. You're drawing hard, dude. Keep rocking. I certainly will, my friend. See, this time just goes for me. I don't even... it just... is there, and next second it's gone. It's so stupid. Alright, I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. This is the end of stream. Silly buggers. Having a play around. There we go. I wonder if this actually, again, who cares? But if it actually comes over the top, so it's like a forehead mask sort of thing. Nah, I'm leaving it like that. That's as Zorro as it's gonna get. Oh god. Alright, well I reckon that's a wrap, more or less, for the stream. I'll hang around for another 5 or 10 minutes to just wind down. So what did we achieve today? This right here is my main achievement. Old mate Fisheye Zorro. But Tom, how you doing? Welcome. Sam, I've got to run, but I'll shoot you some messages in a moment with some ideas I've got brewing. Fantastic, Sam. Sounds good. Welcome. We're grateful that you're implementing our ideas, bro. Oh, thank you for giving them to me, and for yeah, just hanging out, listening to me chat away, keeping me company with all the studies. So we started with this guy. He was a lot of fun. Then continued on with this guy. Added on some glasses. I think there's still a lot of tweaking this guy could have done, particularly it's a little bit too dark in here, and I think there would be more reflected light. Let me just, I can't help myself. Maybe even just come in through here. Just a tad bit more. Oh, and the dogs keep barking. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Yeah, it feels a tad bit better. But got some practice in. Got some specular highlights working here. Got some stuff feeling like clay. can't help myself. And yeah, a lot more work could be done on these ones, but it was a study session. It wasn't anything super serious. It never really is super serious, but it was fun. I had fun. I hope you had fun. And it does look like Marshall, doesn't it? I mean, I could just keep tweaking on this stuff for days and days. I love it. I'm just adding a bit of that specular here. Anyway, let's stop. I've got to eat something. What was that? What was that for? Nothing, I don't think. All right. I am cooking. I know. Am I late? I missed it. I've been streaming for about 6 hours, so I'm about to wrap up, but it'll be up on my channel shortly. It was a wondrous time of study, of play, of just messing around, learning some stuff, having some fun, and yeah, just hanging out for the last sort of 5 minutes, and yeah, just winding down. Bloody hell, 6 hours. It just flies. But yeah. Alright. I don't know what else to say. There is nothing else to say. But new concurrent record. Well done, everyone. We did it. And yeah. Bloody good job. Maybe next time we might finish up my self-portrait, or depends how I'm feeling. Depends what I want to do, really. Whether we just do another study session, maybe do some line work stuff, do some like likeness things. I'll start folding in some more structured stuff potentially as well. But yeah, we'll have some fun with it regardless, I reckon. It's I'm really enjoying these streams, and yeah, thank you once again for popping in. Sam, love your work. Hope I can catch next one. Yeah, man. Sorry to hear that you missed it, but I'll be doing a lot more of these streams. They're a lot of fun, and the hunger's starting to kick in. The dogs are barking. They're literally knocking at the door. So I've got to run. Thank you very much once again for popping in the stream. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for keeping me company. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Catch you, everyone.